Hello and welcome. I'm Mercy, the Game Master, here at the V Monsters, and we're back with another episode in the Kingdom of Rin. Real quickly to catch up, if you're not familiar with the campaign, we play Dungeons & Dragons 3.5, kind of a low-level, low-power, kind of Lord of the Rings-esque type setting. And the frontier town of Capstone was just recently defended from a large attacking orc army. Our players, of course, were instrumental in that defense, and it was close. The defending NPCs were down to their last squads. Orcs were breaking down the gates, climbing over the walls. They were broken at pretty much the last second before the town would have been set to the torch. That's what's happened pretty recently. In the aftermath of that, one of our characters, a Knight Paladin multiclass, was deeded the command of a soon-to-be constructed fort to help expand the town's defenses outside of its own walls. So there are 3 new forts being constructed, and they are being named after captains from the militia who perished in the battle. Our Knight Paladin, Alandite, has been given command of the soon-to-be constructed Fort Leona. And last session, our player characters spent most of their time working their way through town, hiring laborers, contractors. So far, they've assembled a crew. They have a mason, they have some woodworkers, general laborers, a little bit of magical assistance, although not a ton, but a little bit, which is certainly better than none. And Bahir spent most of his time hiring 2 personal butlers, which of course is of the utmost importance. And I think that's pretty much it. That's where we left off. So we are picking up at the tavern where we left off last time, and our player characters are sitting around having a drink, introducing the various people that they hired, talking through their plans, and kind of getting ready to go out and location scout. That's what we have to do today. It's worth pointing out that Rubato is currently much quieter than normal and is kind of sitting off to the side over by the hearth of the fireplace and rocking back and forth a little bit because he had a very upsetting interaction with the recently met magic shop owner, diviner, Mina. I don't think she told him her surname. So that's where we left off. That's where we're picking up. I'm going to launch you into the prayer. If you haven't seen this before, this is an in-world prayer. The kingdom where we are is largely monotheistic, and they worship Bana, the god of peace. So this is a prayer that would commonly be said in-world in the kingdom by people living there before meals, before bedtime, and etc. So enjoy. We'll get back with our player characters in just a second. And thank you so much for being here.
The peace was lasting, long and true, from mountains to the ocean's blue. Man and elf and dwarf and gnome lived together, hearth and home. The cities grew, then kingdom came, the wise and true. Long may he reign. From cult to church, the truth was spread. The heretics were filled with dread. First they lied, and then they stole. The peace we had, no longer whole. They sought to kill and undermine, but truth was found before the time. We banished them, all but a few, then built ourselves a kingdom new. No longer marked by war and sin, Bana did give his grace to men. No gods, nor fiends, not great nor small, can penetrate his peaceful wall. From mountains to the ocean's blue, this peace will last us long and true.
Of course, as always, a big warm welcome to our players.
Heyo!
Hello.
Why, hello there.
Rubato, you look a little bit shaken.
Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to find us some magical assistance for the fort, and I did find somebody, but it was unsettling.
How so?
So you remember that fun book?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
The one I probably won't get back. Yeah.
Yeah.
You remember how I could hear things?
Yes.
Yeah, think like that, but more specific and directed at me. And dark and shadowy. It was
Oh.
weird. But
should we not deal with this person then?
well, no. I think we made a partnership, actually.
Okay. It's not going to bite us, is it?
Oh, I'm sure it'll be fine. Probably.
I suppose if we need to, we can get Alonda involved.
I think it'll be okay.
Well, if it's not okay, we'll get him involved.
Well, of course. I'll just have my lab a lot brighter lit than her store was.
Got it. Lots of lights.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll make sure of that during construction.
Will they actually come help you?
Yeah, I think we struck a good deal.
What does she want?
Well, she wanted to be able to work on her own magical abilities as well, and I think that's a fair trade to get assistance with working on mine as well as assisting somebody with their own.
Okay, as long as we didn't promise them anything that we can't give them.
No. Nothing like that. Just a soul or two.
What?
Huh?
Are you joking? I don't know if you're joking.
Yes, I'm joking. Sit down. Let me get you a drink.
Very well.
Because I could use another one.
Okay.
Madam.
Yeah, you flagged down the girl from last time who had to come over and kind of be like, "Oh, are you gonna spend some money?" But you gave her a pretty good tip on the way out last time. So you flag her down and she sees you and kind of gives.
I hand her a gold because I remember that I forgot to actually give her money on the way out.
I was gonna say she turns on her heel and you see just a little bit of a skip in her step. Not like that she's skipping towards you, but just kind of a bounce in her step as she realizes who it is and comes bustling over your table.
Sorry, I forgot to pay last time. Here's a gold. Actually, here's 2 gold just for interest.
Her eyes go wide as your gold pieces, and you start to hand her the first one, she goes to take it, and then you start to offer the second one, and she's like, "Are you sure, ma'am?"
It's fine. I'm sure I'll forget to pay at some point.
But here's the deal: it's no wonder why you people don't have money in your pockets usually.
Oh, I have money. I just don't like spending it unless I have to. But this is an honor problem. Point of pride and honor.
She gives her best curtsy, but it's not very good. She wobbles a little bit and kind of drops her dress and
I don't even
kind of
pay
stands
attention.
up and blushes and takes the coins and goes to get you all drinks.
I don't even pay attention.
Please.
Hey, Skabosh, if you're doing the reverse tab thing, make sure they know that it's not what we're paying, but what is already paid in advance this time.
That was because I forgot to pay last time. We left and we were too drunk and I forgot.
That's not what you told me.
Oh, well, that's what happened, friend. You were passed out. You don't remember.
I don't either.
Trust me, I forgot to pay for mine.
Pay for the future, not for the past.
Are you already drunk?
Just thinking.
Okay.
And I get back to looking to the paper or to the map and sketching out everything. Okay, so this is what this is and this is what that is. What do you think about planning
Anyway,
in the middle?
These are my 2 butlers that I hired.
Oh Lord.
Where you hired what?
Oh, I hired 2 valets. One for me, and I so graciously got you one, Alondite, to borrow sometimes.
It's because he can't dress himself, Alondite.
Does he drive horse?
I dress myself. Well, they're both women. Shame on you for assuming I would only hire men.
Didn't I say they? Do they drive horse?
You said he. I don't think so.
To be fair, I'm not too surprised you hired 2 women here.
Danged if you
What's
do,
that
danged if you
supposed
don't.
Anyway, I did that.
The rest of you,
budget?
just as a quick review, see, because they're with you, right? Or at least one of them is.
No, they both are here because I told. Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah, you told the other one to come here. Yeah.
The people that Drew hired are here too.
Right.
Yeah.
So the rest of you see, and you're just kind of like standing off to the side, not really sure what to do for their
We
first,
should head to the table, Roboto.
their first shift, so to speak. But you, those of you that are by here, when he indicates, look up and you see an elven woman with like really like bright skin and wavy silver blonde hair. It's kind of like loosely braided back and one big braid over her back, with green eyes, and a human woman with kind of darker than tan skin, like what you see of Bahir, with like sharp features, kind of like a narrow chin and nose, and wavy black hair that's also kind of tied back.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead and introduce yourselves, ladies. Because I don't remember your names.
Didn't write him down.
They both kind of shuffle up to the table. The elven woman like starts to try and talk first, and then the human woman like kind of gently but kind of like steps in front of her, and like she bows, and she says, "My name is Zara Al-Badawi, and you have recently been hired here by your compatriot to help take care of whatever you all need."
Huh.
And then the elven woman like kind of,
I roll a sense motive on Zara.
for what?
See if I could trust her. See if
Well,
she's
I mean,
being
you're generally
genuine.
trying to sense like a thing. I guess you could kind of vibe check, but
Nope, that's a 4.
Her aura's off. Bad aura.
the elven woman, a little bit more meek, but she does her best to kind of kind of throw her head back and look confident like Zara was. Introduces herself with a little curtsy, and she says, "My name's Eyeless, and I met Bahir earlier today, and I'm excited to work for all of you."
I ask Eyeless in Elven where she is from.
You want me to message it to you or say it?
Yes, you can message it.
Okay.
I don't know if I'll know.
Eyeless, my first order. What did she ask you? I can't understand.
Bahir, I will put a knife to you if you don't leave this alone.
She's like,
I'm paying you. Just saying. Just saying.
kind of looking from side to side. She's like, that may be, sir, but she also looks quite scary.
I guess.
Do you want to try and push the matter? Or do you want to let her?
No,
Let her
I'll let her off the hook.
Okay.
For now.
Do either of you have any magical abilities or feel comfortable working around magics?
She didn't happen
All
to.
speak up
Oh,
at
sorry.
once.
She didn't happen to say Opalia, Silith, Saley, Izeri. I don't know how to say these. Or tires. I wrote it as tires. I'm sure that's not what it
I
is.
don't even remember what you're referencing. You might need to message it to me.
The random elf cities that I was told to go to later.
Oh, well, but you don't know that that's what the question was because you let her off the hook for telling you.
Oh,
that's
true.
Too late now.
Shoot.
When you ask about magic, though, the human woman who's identified herself as Zara just kind of like sets her jaw a little bit, but she shakes her head no. And the elven woman kind of like perks up and she's like, I know how to play the flute, and I've been told that my songs are quite magical.
Sense motive on not knowing about magic.
That's what I was going to do.
I didn't say she didn't know about magic. I said she couldn't do magic.
Well, I'm going to sense motive to kind of gauge their reactions to it when I brought up magic in general.
Sure. Right on the table, nice.
That's a 9.
Mine's a 14.
Yeah, neither of you sense anything that you are particularly suspect of.
Just kind of nod and then use mage hand to pull my drink across the table to myself.
Does mage hand, what components does mage hand have? Does it have somatic components or?
Probably. Verbal somatic.
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember how like surreptitious that would necessarily be. So yeah, so you wave your hand around and like say like kind of chant something quickly under your breath and hold your hand out, and then your mug like slides across the table to you, and both of them kind of like you see their eyes kind of like go wide a little bit. Well, you probably don't. You have like -9 spot, but everybody else does.
I tried to look for it, but missed it anyway.
Turned out that you were
Not
actually,
everybody.
you razzle-dazzled yourself a little bit. You're like, that was pretty cool.
Man, I'm cool.
They probably think I'm awesome. And then you totally forgot to look at them. What you do?
Yeah. I was too busy trying to make sure I didn't spill the beer.
Anyway, that's them. Also, I have to take you two to a tailor because what you have on won't do. I've got to get you new clothing.
Yeah.
While you're working, of course. You can wear whatever you want after, but
Eyeless's clothes are definitely like, they probably weren't great to start with, and they appear to have been maintained fairly well, but they definitely, there's some wear if you look at them closely. And Zara's look like they were probably more like kind of decent to a little above average to begin with, but they've seen better days as well.
okay. We can do that tomorrow, though. Or if you're not busy, or if we're not busy tomorrow. I'm not sure what our plans are at the moment.
I'd like to come with you. I need to get my suit cleaned up a little bit. I've been meaning to do that since we first got to town and just never had a chance.
While you guys are
Finish
sitting here
with both of
talking,
them.
like Druj, like eventually excuses himself from the table and goes over and like kind of starts carousing a little bit with the like laborers that he recruited.
I was just, I guess he can make decisions after, but there's a few people here that we need to discuss as a council. I don't want to make this decision by myself, and this may not be the place for one of the discussions. We talk about two candidates, but one of them, I would rather it be in a private room or somewhere separate.
Broom closet.
If it could fit all five of us in a broom closet.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Okay,
they call that 7
that
minutes.
sounds kind of ominous, but what was I thinking for their clothing that I want to give them? I want it to be nice. Might do.
Well, anybody else have anything else in particular that you want to try and handle here at the bar / tonight? You want to try and go have that other conversation tonight, or is that a tomorrow conversation? Valentine?
That is a tonight conversation.
Okay.
Do we know like of somewhere that's like would they let us use like the back privately here since we are such good customers?
I probably for like a minute. You know, they're not gonna let you like play on world domination back there for all night, but
would that be private enough for you, Valentine? How long are we thinking?
Just a few minutes, but I'm going to have to ask your servants or helping hands to watch the door from outside.
Well,
I don't know them
haven't
well enough for this
started
case.
to pay them yet, so I don't know. I suppose I could start paying them now, but
I don't see why not. Just prorate it, right? You pay a monthly rate, and today's the 4th of late spring, so you just have to prorate out a few days.
I'll pull them both aside and I'll be like, I'm sure it doesn't have to be said that while you are under my employ, that discretion is much appreciated. And not, airing our business.
Eyeless just kind of like purses her lips and like nods her head really like energetically, and Zara kind of like hand to her chest and gives like the slightest bow. It's like, of course.
You see, that seemed like a little bit of a sarcastic reply, but all right.
That was not intentional. If that's me, that's just me not being an actor.
No, it's like him being like, I don't know if like the whole like bow and stuff was necessarily necessary for the yes would have been.
I mean, she's been pretty formal towards you the whole time. Like after the initial kind of like shock of sliding into the bench next to you, she's otherwise been fairly formal.
Okay. All right. Well, your first thing I would like you to do for us, watch the door over there, and if someone comes walking up, say we're temporarily occupied. Or like if they try to push past you, of course, just like tell us. I don't expect you to be bouncers.
Okay, I was gonna say, when you say that, like you see Eyeless especially starts to like visibly look really worried. Kind of like,
How about this? We'll make it less discreet and just kick the door if someone's coming, and that way we can change the topic.
Yeah.
Both of them are more or less like, yeah, we can do that.
All right, sounds good.
I liked the idea of these two ladies being bodyguards. That's kind of fun.
Just gonna have to equip them up a little bit.
I don't think Eyeless could probably fight.
That's another thing that we need to go over is I kind of like did a rough draft of how I think we might want to outfit our guardsmen. If we want to go over that quickly, but it doesn't necessarily have to be in the back like we're going to do right here real quick, but...
Sorry, was that a question to me or to them, or to your party?
Oh, to the party.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah,
Was I supposed
yeah.
to be responding there? Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll walk up and see. I think I've probably spent the most gold here. Or, I don't know, Skabash might have spent the most gold here now. Well, I'll ask about like being able to be in the back for a minute to discuss something, and then it'll be real quick.
Who are you asking?
Whoever's at the bar.
Okay. Yeah, they're like, you get a little bit of a quizzical look, but they're like, yeah, sure, I guess. Just don't knock anything over, and kind of like, it's the barkeep's just like a middle-aged guy, and he's like, don't, I know who you all are. Don't be thinking you can get away with anything funny.
Wouldn't dream of it. All right. I'll wave him over to come into the back with me.
All right. I kind of grab all of the paperwork and start getting everything ready to set up in the room.
Okay. Yeah, it's it's just like their larder and pantry and whatnot.
I look at this. This is not what I had in mind. I was kind of thinking like an actual private room, but I guess this will do.
Let's just finish our drinks and then go back to my parents'
I mean,
house.
it's not like you're going to be talking about anything illegal. Like, you're a knight, I wouldn't think.
And I just give him a look of like, we might want to. This is for
they've got the door.
Discussion. Okay. First two things are relatively easy. There's candidates for who is going to lead the camp while I'm not available. One of the people is named Edgar Holloway, and he is more I'd say neutral. He's a people pleaser. He seemed really invested in making me happy and making sure that everything would be running well. As far as skills go, just generic. Nothing really outgone about him other than just will be a people pleaser. Our second candidate will be Theodore Forgear, and Dwarven, and he would be very good at the mining or that sort of work, stoneworks and stuff like that. So if we want to focus more in that area and maybe do a forge, he specializes in that. So that's something to consider if we want to make him our candidate. Now, the reason why I've brought you all here to talk about this is the third candidate is a unique one. And it's come to my attention that funding this in the best possible way, I'm sure you're all familiar with the laws of Capstone and their current state of beverage usage and creation.
Would I actually know about that? I guess like I would, right? Because they were like kind of doing it behind his back, and why would they do that otherwise? But
What do you mean, Rocket?
about the creation of alcohol being illegal.
But what do you, right, but what do you mean
Like,
doing
would
what
I
behind
actually
the
know
moonshine.
that that's illegal?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was just trying to figure out what you meant by the doing it behind somebody's back part.
Oh,
The
no,
moonshine,
like
yeah.
like Skabosh and your
Yeah,
bots were doing it behind. Yeah.
I'd make a knowledge local check.
That'd be I think it's 10, right? Because I don't think I have.
Yeah, unless you have it, that'd be 10.
The 10.
Okay. That being said, it's definitely not like secret knowledge or anything. So yeah, I think you would know about it.
Okay. Yeah, he seems kind of a silly rule to me, but
I'm with you on that one.
But hold on, Dite. What are you saying? What's this third
The
candidate?
economy and food production of the state of the Kingdom of Rin is in decline, and it's worrisome about the production of alcohol. With that being said, I have a candidate who would possibly be willing to do a under the table brewing operation. And I'd look around before I say that. I'd look around and make sure that everything is secure. I only tell you this because this is a council. I do not take this as a job of one person. I offer all possibilities. I would like to know your input.
I mean, if we need it kept hidden, my guild is good at that. So we can
And
keep
that's
it
what I'm worried about. I have, as much as we need the funds, I am hesitant on the last choice, but I present it to you as a choice nonetheless.
So you're saying they have skill in this field?
She was a very talented brewer in the past and has become... She's not happy with the current state of laws. She has lost a business, obviously, but she was very well known for her craft.
I see positives and negatives there. If she's known to have been in the craft before, that could draw undue attention.
That is a fair point.
Allandites.
The skill help would be very beneficial.
Whose help?
I'm sorry, what?
I was just asking you to repeat what you said.
Oh, the skill assistance from her would be very beneficial. So,
I mean, what is she known for now? Because she pretty much wiped her slate clean.
She has wiped her slate clean. She has changed businesses, and that detail has eluded me. I was too eager to take advantage of strong personality types, and I neglected to pay attention to the smaller details. More mundane and boring details.
But that does mean she knows how to run a business.
That is true.
I mean, she could probably help run the town.
As all these candidates would, however, each one has their specifics that they would be good at, where she would probably be good for profitability and less more about running the town.
Personally, I would rather go with Theodore, but because there's no risk with that.
I agree. Just to know about his personality, he is rather nervous and unsure.
Mhm.
Well, I don't trust
He
people
can't do the job.
pleasers, so it's either going to be Theodore or this other.
And I don't think we want somebody who's unsure of themselves running the place either.
Why are
He
they
can prove himself.
What
He's
are they
just seems
unsure of?
very like when I was talking about certain things, he was not. He lacked confidence. Where the others shone in their communication skills. Theodore was a little more reserved and had a bit of a stutter.
That means nothing if it's... Well, I suppose if we're trying to command people, though. That could be worked on, though. And they have the skills to use a forge.
I'll advocate my position and say Theodore would be my choice, as he would be able to get a forge up and running and help with a possible mine in the mountains. Those are his skills where he shines.
I think a mine is useful because we're going to need a mine to get metals to make weapons and armor people.
Could we hire both for different positions?
Yeah, I like that plan.
Depends on if we have the money for it.
Bahir's interviewing and hiring process is just hire everyone all the time.
Just hire all of Capstone and move everyone.
We're the new Capstone.
Let's see. How much would that cost to have? Well, would the other one be an artisan then? Probably, because we'd probably not have two of the castellans, right?
I mean, you could structure it however you want, but generally, no, there would. Kind of like having a Starbucks and having like 3 employees and 3 managers.
Yeah. Probably would hire the other one on as like an artisan, right? For it to like either Theo for the forge or...
I'm sorry, but Rocket and Amrast are cuddling and it's very distracting.
Yeah, Rocket keeps spinning his chair around.
Well, my monitor that has all the like stuff is like over here.
Also, you guys have been doing a great job of like role playing and talking through it in character and whatnot, but just to make sure that it's clear, so there aren't any misunderstandings. Edgar has like previous relevant job experience. Theodore and Donata are both guilds people. Different guilds, but both guilds people.
I still don't know if I trust people pleasers.
I personally think Donata, is that what you said her name was?
Yeah.
I like the idea of this person. Shows that we're willing to give somebody the benefit of the doubt, you know?
But we'll also need someone to be able to mine.
Maybe see if we can hire Theo as an artisan, maybe.
It comes down to what our business would be, or profitability would be. Would it be in the mines, or am I going to not question things?
I'd go with the mines just to keep it safe.
Because it's a severe conflict
I
of
was going to
interest
say, if
for
we're
me.
not going with the mines, then that frees up more funds for other things, possibly. But
That's true. And then we could keep our extracurricular activities to a hobby.
Well, I did also already send out 2 letters to the barons about building, to one of them about building a mine. So it'd be awkward if they're like, yeah, let's do it. And then we were like, oh, not going to do that anymore.
Well, and the mine has 2 uses, like I said.
Yeah.
We can use some of the product to make things for our current soldiers, and the rest of it can be shipped. I think we should go with the mines.
Whichever case, I have sent Donata to meet with you, Skabosh, at your house at a later time.
My house.
Discuss things, yes. As for guild matters and a possible in business dealings with this situation. So if you want to tell her that it may not be in our best interest anymore, and then we will go our separate ways as if this never happened.
Oh.
Or you could direct her towards the guild.
I could direct her towards the guild.
I mean, we also could just hire both of them. Like,
with what money, Bahir? We don't have the money for that.
It does not cost that much to hire people.
How much are we talking?
If we want to hire one of them on as an artisan, it's going to be 18. It's just 18 gold. Or an entire month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a lot less than I was expecting, to be fair.
Let's just do that then.
We do, however, there is the side thing where, like, when we do hire them on, we don't currently have somewhere for them to do that work. So we would need an additional 500 gold from somewhere.
I mean, you could potentially try and like rent space in town or something where they're like working for you offsite until you can afford to build something.
That sounds like something one of them could be able to manage on their first assignment.
So,
I mean, yeah. So another thing that's worth considering too, right, is like, so a castellan is a like manager of the household. Whereas you guys are talking a lot more about like what work they will be doing, which is like somewhat mutually exclusive. Not entirely, but like broadly speaking, the castellan's job is not to be an individual contributor, be a manager. So if you're wanting to potentially hire, like as far as, hiring one of them to be an on-staff artisan, then that person would, would of course be more of an individual contributor.
Yeah.
So as far as the role of castellan goes, it's more of kind of like what their specialty is, or like kind of like what like relevant experience they bring to running like the business of a household. I guess maybe is a better way to say that.
So if it's only 18 gold per month. To hire some
as a like artisanal laborer,
which is whatever. We could still hire 2 of them and then have one of them be the castellan.
The castellan gets paid more, but yeah.
Yeah, obvious.
Yeah.
Point is, we can have all 3 of them come help us in some way, shape, or form in their skill set.
Oh, I got it.
That's what we're looking for. Then there's 2 other candidates that are up for hire, which would be Otto from the Woodworkers Guild or Auric from the Stonemasons. Like, how many jobs are we thinking about hiring for artisan skills here?
All right, so the 2 of them are more for like the actual building of the fort versus like longer term employment, although I suppose you could try and convince them if you wanted to. But those guys are more like construction crew, but also business owners. So I could potentially fill in for Castellan.
Charge them less rent than Capstone and just have an expanding town.
The Did we ever find out how much gold we actually have, like, collectively put aside? Like, how much of that is left? Did we figure that out?
I know we made a YouTube short joking about it, but I don't actually remember who we landed on that was actually going to be tracking that.
I think we ended up giving it to Roboto, but I don't know if we ever told him how much it was.
Excellent.
Do you have it, Roboto?
No, nobody told me anything about this.
Oh dear.
Oh boy.
I feel like we had like 100-ish. It was from the Falchions, right?
I believe so.
I feel like we had like 200 something, and then we took 50 out from that for. I think we had like 200,
pretty cool.
and we took 50 out for that for. Well, I guess at this point Ava has it, and she stole it from us. But
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think you guys ever gave it to me.
No, but most of what Ava had, you guys spent before the battle. Like I remember you guys not having much money left before the battle. Like it's mostly just whatever you acquired thereafter.
Yeah, party funds was pretty well spent before the big fight.
Okay. Well, personally, I am willing to put like 100 of my own gold towards like a workplace if anyone. But we need 500, so I don't know how far 100's gonna get us necessarily.
Well, to be fair, it's 500. Well, it depends, I guess, on whether you're doing it now or later. No, because I think
it's 500 before discounts. That's right.
Yeah, so you currently have a grand total of a 9% discount, which isn't a ton, but it does make some difference.
$45 off?
9% of 1,000 is 90 gold.
Yeah, so you have 45 off of a 500 component right now. Quick maths.
So that would be okay. So it'd be 455 gold.
Yeah.
Well, we could table Donata for now.
Okay.
And let her know that a position may be opening in the future.
Well, I'm thinking if we want to hire an artist and we want to hire Theodore, right? Not Donata.
That's why we're tabling it.
Yeah.
You can hire her for now.
We would more want the mine to start with.
But okay. Yes.
Also, again, just for the sake of clarity, specifically, Theodore is a smith. Like, you know,
it would work well with the mines. Sorry, I meant to say, yeah, he's a smith. He works well with the mines, not the.
Yeah, so he doesn't have. I mean, again, right? Like it's all kind of like where they will develop their own skills and whatnot as you go along. So it's fine. But just to be clear, like he does not currently have experience with. He knows how to take ore that is delivered to him, however that's been acquired, and turn it into things.
Well, we also want to, like, before we make too big of a decision about like paying for stuff for the mine right away, like get the ledger back from the ones that I sent out to see if they will help do that for us.
That's a fair point.
One of the barons.
Yeah. Well, that and tomorrow morning, I kind of flatten out the design again and say we need to put this to a location. So we need to start scouting tomorrow morning.
Okay. How late is it actually? Like, is it pretty late or is it?
Like post dinner, but pre bedtime. You know, probably like 8-ish.
So do you think there would be a tailor that was open, like
Probably
You know,
not.
Probably
Like,
not.
where,
Just
like,
as they're
getting-
putting their clothes
one
for
of
the day.
those, like there's like getting ready to close, and I walk in, and I'm like, hello.
I mean, I suppose it depends a little bit on how you kind of want to present yourself, right? Because a lot of businesses in this era would, like, people would probably, live in or next to or above or whatever. So depending on how annoying you want to be and how much of a surcharge you potentially want to get, you probably could find a tailor.
Maybe I'll do that. Are we leaving right away in the morning, or like, do you think I could run and do that in the morning before we go?
Well, they're probably not coming with us to scout, so you could probably do that and then we can leave.
Send your so-called helpers to do it
Oh,
for
I
you.
could totally just have them do it. Oh my god, you're so right. But I
Almost
want
like
them
that's
to-
what
I
we
wanna
hired
make
them
sure-
for.
Cleaning.
Wait, I'll pull Zara over. I'll be like, do you know how to read? So I need to write a note.
While you're dealing with this, excuse me, I must tend to matters at the church and see if they will sign some papers. And I quietly excuse myself.
I also can write them in our language if you can't read common.
So you're stepping, so you guys are dispersing from your closet conversation here.
Yes.
Oh,
So-
yeah.
Okay. So you just like step out of the tavern larder and you're like, hey, do you know how to read?
Yeah.
And specifically you're asking Zara. She's like, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, my lord, I do not.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. Okay. I will just write like, I guess you don't have to know how to read. Oh, I hope the tailor will know how to read, because okay, I will write the note about like what I want their like clothes to be like. I want them to be like white and gold like mine are. And then I was willing to pay like for like nicer stuff. So would that be like if I paid the 10 gold for like an explorer's outfit, because like a peasant's outfit is 1 silver piece. But if I like paid like 10 gold for like an explorer's outfit, would I get like something that's more like robust or nicer? Not necessarily like I'm buying them explorer outfits, but like
right.
as
Yeah.
far
No,
as
I
like
know. I just
getting
kind of look
nicer
at what the
clothes.
description of that is really quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Because also, like, well, it's kind of interesting, I guess, because the scholar's outfit is 5, but also a monk's outfit is 5, which I feel like a monk's outfit is just like, a
robe with a
linen
robe.
robe, yeah. Whereas a scholar's outfit's probably a little bit more complex than that, but yeah, like something that's a little bit nicer, like a cold weather outfit, is 8. So yeah, I think that would be something that would be like reasonably good quality without being particularly ostentatious.
So would I need to pay the 30 for it to be ostentatious? Because that's kind of what I'm going for, honestly.
I probably, or maybe like 20 or 25 each, because you're not necessarily going for full on like courtier's outfit.
Mhm.
But
I'd be 20 would be.
yeah, I think 20 is the safe middle ground for like nice but not.
Oh, it's a lot of money all of a sudden. Okay.
Especially if you're getting 2, yes.
You remember what I said about the 100 gold? Yeah. I don't have it. I'm not offering no more.
Also, as we left that the larder, I'm going to hand 5 silver pieces to what was her name? Willow.
The barmaid.
The barmaid.
The barmaid. Yeah.
Sure.
I
I don't
thought
remember
that's
if
what
I
you
ever
said.
named her, so we'll go with Willow.
Okay. Here you go. Thank you for allowing us to use that room. I'll just hand her 5 silver.
Half a gold.
She, again, hold on. I'll do a little perform check for her every time. A little bit more passively, like gives you a little bit of a curtsy, and like she looks a little bit confused. You guys didn't actually ask her. You asked the barkeeper. But yeah, she like takes the coinage and like puts 2 of them on the bar and like pockets the other 3 and gives you a passable, still not very good, but a passable curtsy, and is like, of course, anytime. You guys are welcome back anytime.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And as we're leaving, so Ska, we're going to the Tailor tomorrow. Is that what I hear?
It sounds like Bahir is sending people to the Tailor, but I'm sure you can tag along. Maybe you can help in the event that people can't figure things out.
Oh, yeah. Alendite wanted to leave early, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I guess these old rags will have to wait a little longer to get fixed up.
I mean, you could potentially, just as a like out of character suggestion, you could potentially leave them to get repaired if you have other.
I don't think I do.
Or whatever. You could even buy like a cheaper outfit, like traveler's outfits 1 gold, peasant's outfits 1 silver.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe I'll swing by and get a spare outfit while they repair my suit.
I have a cape you could like wear as a robe temporarily. Or a cloak, I guess.
That's true.
With my explorer's outfit. Well, Alentite, he's already away on his horse, leaving.
He's gone.
Out of here.
Urgent matters at the church.
Those of you that are around do see, somewhere along the line, like Bosch kind of sidles up with Eyeless, talks to her for a couple minutes.
My elf lady?
Yeah.
In Elvish?
Yeah.
What are they saying?
I whisper it, but you can try and hear.
Oh my gosh.
As I can understand Elvish.
Yeah, I was going to say, those are 2 very different things, sir.
Yes. Well, let's see if I can listen. Nope. That would be a 2.
The sounds of the tavern drown out any ability to hear anything from more than a couple feet away.
I'll see if I can hear, and then I'll repeat what they say. Then you tell me what they say, okay?
Gabosh said she's going to stab you in the back later.
I'm whispering.
Rubato's like kind of sort of obvious about it, but then like he fails, then Bahir just kind of like walks up and cups his ear.
I was sitting there just staring at Skabosh. I was distracted, sorry.
Where is my listen? I think it's -2. It is.
And I whispered it, so... I whispered it in a bar.
Yeah. Well, and also you're trying to listen in on a language that you don't currently understand, then repronounce it to somebody who does understand it. This is like way
The worst game of telephone
Yeah,
ever.
way worse than telephone. Make an intelligence check.
All right. A 9.
Bahir says something about like, you know, he goes over and like does his best to surreptitiously listen in,
7.
which is not very good.
Yes.
And then comes over to you, Rubato, and starts like half of it's gibberish, like it sounds like what an elven child would say, like before they kind of fully learn how to speak it. And there's like something about like a frog and a cloud, and like
I don't know.
I'll just look up at Bahir stunned. Why would she say that?
Here's
I don't know.
The
You think they're talking about me?
Casa da Banya.
Do I see Bahir? Yeah.
I probably, but I guess roll your own spot. Yes.
Yeah.
Probably.
I just look at Bahir and I say, mind your own business. If I wanted you to hear what I was saying, I would say it in common.
Mm.
I don't say anything to Rubato. Rubato is innocent in my eyes.
I'm gonna go over and talk to Zara in our own language, so no one else can understand.
Fine, I'll take my ball and go home. All right. Anyway, that can kind of fade to black, so to speak. What is it that Allendice's trying to accomplish here?
I still need to talk to the church and convince them to actually contribute or donate for the temple/shrine.
Why wouldn't they contribute? Wouldn't they want their stuff everywhere?
They're already committed. We sort of hand waved it, but if you specifically want to go back and roleplay that,
let them roleplay it. I want them to get to roleplay it.
Yeah, it was just a time-saving thing during the actual design episode because we were up against the clock anyway. So,
what could possibly go wrong?
Allendice somehow comes back with the offer being rescinded. Yes, I guess technically there is no offer yet. We penciled it in, right?
Did you throw things again?
So okay, and are you wanting to try and do that tonight? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So essentially, I want to try to obviously go for the shrine, but if we can, upsell for an actual temple or something.
So, I mean, yeah, I guess I could potentially rename them. I was just using the names from the book. So we could say that, one of the higher level ones would be a temple instead of a chapel. But presumably when you say temple, you're talking about like the first level of chapel, the basic chapel.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I want a grand cathedral in my fort. This needs to be bigger than the fort itself.
My cathedral's worth more than everything else combined. Okay. I mean, you do know that, it's not exactly the militia or whatever, right? So that they don't have there's no like graveyard shift and whatnot. So that there might be like a few people around, like up and about, but definitely a lot of the administrative type people would probably be, or well, not necessarily asleep, but would be like retired for the night.
So, Leona was the commanding officer, wasn't she? And now it would be
Well, so there's like
Awesome.
paladins and clerics, right? So she was the like head paladin, but there would also be, from more of a religious standpoint, there would also be like a cleric there. So she was like the primary administrator, but there would still be like a
does it look like they would be interested in like just a business late time tea?
you can certainly try.
Oh, I don't have anything in my pockets for that. But is there like anything like hot water and herbs around?
Sure. Probably not exactly like, top tier, like, highly diverse with lots of herbs and spices and whatever, but you can make
it's
a passable
a chaga tea. Chaga tea is totally a thing, by the way.
I don't know that word. Okay, so yeah, we've never really directly interacted with them from a role playing standpoint, but you could go and kind of kick around for a few minutes and find one of the kind of acolytes and whatnot, and ask them to find Ambrose for you, and you've been around here enough, so you know where things like clean drinking water are, and all that sort of stuff are kept. So I don't see any reason why you couldn't assemble yourself a little tea.
See who's hanging around the water tower or water fountain. Water cooler.
I mean, you could go outside if you want. Yeah.
No. The inside water cooler.
Okay.
No one's at the inside water cooler? All right, I'll head outside. See if there's anyone deep in prayer.
Sure. You find Lloyd and like Ambrose, right, walking the garden outside.
Leave Amina at the front of the church, wrapped up to her post, and I enter, look around, seeing that there's no one in the grand foyer, and I kind of wander off to the gardens. And that's when I see him there, and it's
grab the minis here. Oh, that's fine. You can change.
Ooh.
Alendite's placed, so you guys should be able to double click him and skip to him. Skip to my loot.
I don't have a clicky.
He's not
Weird. He's on the
linked.
board.
There I am now.
Maybe try. I'm also clicked on him, so I guess try double clicking on my portrait.
No.
Oh
It
yeah,
takes a
weird.
second.
Not
Load it
updated
in.
for Pixie either. Well, I mean, they're in the church garden, so I guess you guys can just manually navigate there.
Yeah, I'm there.
Am I familiar with Lloyd, or is he kind of like one of those off shifts that just like, hey, how's it going?
I don't. Were you there when Rubato like went through his whole thing and had to like swear his oath and all that?
No,
Yep.
I don't. Oh, were you? I don't think
Yeah,
so.
when it was after you got your message for, yeah, it was like you promising in that you for the book or something, from what I recall. I think I was there.
I thought we had done that all by myself with the sealing of the book and stuff.
Yeah, I thought so too. I couldn't remember for
Okay,
certain.
you would know better.
Yeah, but either way, like Lloyd's around. I mean, he's not the head cleric, but like he's a facet of this church for sure. So
he'd be a familiar face.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's with the head cleric, whose name I just said a minute ago, and then I've already forgotten. Ambrose. Trying to find a mini for Ambrose that doesn't look quite so combat-y, but everything is heavily armed. Oh, it's so annoying. It's doing the thing again where the Hero Forge minis. Oh, there they are now. Okay. Anyway, carry on.
Upon entering the gardens, I see just two bodies there. It's Lloyd. I walk up to them, not knowing or remembering their name because I'm forgetful. I'm like, it's you. Hey. Seen you around. How's it going?
I'll go with that one for now. That works.
I have a favor to ask in establishing this new fort.
The two of them are just kind of like, they're just like slowly walking, like enjoying the garden, talking about whatever they're talking about before. And then you just like walk up and you're like, hey.
Exactly that. Yeah, it's the most awkward approaching. Just like, hey.
Do you want to move the camera over, sweetie?
Oh, I can't because
So we were talking about this a couple minutes ago. If you double click, like for whatever reason it's not working for you to double click on anybody, then you'll just need to navigate to the church. It's along the northern wall, yeah, and in the garden.
Well, it's been quite the night. The involvement with the battle and with what's been happening. Just kind of making small talk to make it less of an introduction. Like the worst.
And you said you're addressing that specifically to Lloyd.
It was more of a because I would have seen him first, and then because I think he was the first to approach.
Yeah. Okay.
Or I was the first. He was closest to approach.
Sure. All right. Lloyd, just kind of like nods his head, and Ambrose is like, "Indeed, young knights. What brings you like here to the peaceful pool at this hour?"
Well, I'm so glad you asked. I was alone with my thoughts, and it came to me that with the foundation or the building of Fort Leona, this would be a great chance to expand the growth of Banat to the north. If only we could have some more funding and representation of Banat and funding, or I guess I said funding too many times. In the development of a Shriner, maybe something greater if we have the manpower and the will. What say you?
Well,
it was just an idea.
This is certainly the church is always has a vested interest in increasing our footprint and reaching new faithful. I guess in what way would you see us assisting with this?
In many ways, if we could spare a few clerics, if we have the building, and perhaps the funding or the building of the temple or chapel itself.
You see that Lloyd is like looking a little bit awkward, like off to the side, and he's kind of like raises his hand up a little bit. He's like, "Well, Actually, I have already committed to helping with construction of the fort. And like Ambrose kind of like side eyes him. It's like, oh, really now? And Lloyd's like, well, I was getting to that. That's why I wanted to talk to you tonight. Ambrose is like, well then, I would have expected that you would have discussed that with me before committing your time, and it kind of starts to rebuff him a little bit. He's not being like a huge a-hole about it, but definitely as kind of the head of the faithful who has now been voluntold into also managing the logistical affairs of the chapel here. Which is a little bit outside of his bailiwick. Is he's kind of like, well, I kind of bristles a little. Well, I would have thought that you would have come to me first. And Lloyd kind of looks down a little bit, and he's like, well, I apologize, but the opportunity arose, and as you well know, I haven't taken. It's been quite some time since I took a leave of the church here, and not talking about going for a particularly long time. I'm not going to. I'm not joining pilgrimage or going to join the holy festivals or anything like that. I'm just talking about a few 10 days. So Ambrose kind of he kind of like harumphs a little bit, but he's like
Rump.
Well, I all right then. Anyway, Alendite, what's so I guess in light of that, how else may we be of service?
Well, I was just thinking of the grand design. Just imagine sending cleric and paladin north, and that being just a wonderful place to stop along the way as their last place to reflect upon Banah before they go forth into the wilderness. I just thought it would be something great to invest in. Just to kind of spark your interest.
Well, we do we do loosely maintain some roadside shrines here and there, but from what I understood of your project, it was going to be significantly more remote than that. But I suppose there would need to be some degree of foot traffic, with people bringing supplies here and there, and if you guys are going to be producing anything. So he's kind of mulling it over.
I roll out all of our paperwork and map and say, well, I'm so glad you asked. This is actually what we're planning and the future of Fort Leona and the amazing expansion of our culture and Banah himself.
His eyes bulge out a little bit. He's kind of like scratching the back of his head, and he's like, well, you'll have to forgive me, young sir, or is it? Yeah. Well, anyway, this is all a bit over my head. That all looks wonderful. He's just kind of like he looks a little panicked, like he's just a little bit out of his out of his skill set here, and he's like, well, I can definitely commit into checking the coffers and seeing. I assume that you're up to date on all of your tithes and such. He looks pleased with himself for thinking of that. He's like, oh yes, like maybe that's kind of like something to anchor this to.
Oh, I am most generous with my tithe and give 30% of everything that I have.
He he like scoffs a little bit at the most generous part, and he's like, well, I suppose there is a degree of generosity built into the required tithe, but yes, there are some that are delinquent, so I applaud you for not falling behind.
I inquired because is it not only money, but our time and commitment. Money can only do so much, but you need the manpower, and here I am giving my time. It's wonderful, isn't it?
Like, yes, as are we, apparently, and like points at Lloyd. So, okay. So we, like, I will commit an amount of money that I need to research before I can commit it to this new project. I assume as a landlord that you also have subjects and whatnot. So perhaps having, you know, some sort of remote like temple is in our interest if the area is going to be seeing future development. Do you have time tonight? I can look into it to give better judgment on what we might be able to afford. I don't know off the top of my head. This has all kind of fallen into my lap the last few days.
Oh no! This was just simply an idea that came upon speaking with just fellow townsmates and those who would seek interest in expanding further. You can take all the time that you need to reflect on this. Just an idea I was tossing out there.
Like, well, very, very well then. And kind of like waves his hand to Lloyd, and he's like, you know, Lloyd, can you add this to the kind of the itinerary? And Lloyd kind of goes like shuffling off into the building to like make a note of it. Go ahead and make an actual diplomacy check to, you know, see. How convincing.
All right, I got a +2 on that.
Okay.
About as well as it sounded.
Okay. How long would you spend with Ambrose out here?
Just discussing and reflecting. Not more than 10 minutes max.
Okay. So, you know, Ambrose just kind of like, you know, takes you under his wing sort of thing and starts kind of walking around in the garden and making kind of religious small talk with you, so to speak, while Lloyd is gone. And then Lloyd comes back. It takes a bit longer than you would have expected for necessarily making a note, and comes back and kind of gives a bow to Ambrose and like, well, I thought I might kind of make right on my earlier transgression, if you will, and just go ahead and kind of check the books now, so that way we don't draw this out any further than we have to. Needless to say, our expenses have been a bit higher this 10-day than normal. You know, we used much higher rate of magical reagents and incense and clean water and whatnot than we usually do. So we probably wouldn't be able to commit to anything too significant, but it sounds like Ambrose is on board with the idea of doing something. So you know, let us see if we can potentially cobble together any extra resources that we have here, and you know, potentially some funds and whatnot. And when it comes time for construction, we may be able to help with. We should be able to help with something, but we'll have to spend a little bit of time working out the details.
Wonderful. Good to hear. But I'll be praised that we can expand his compassion and truth.
They both kind of like, solemnly nod their heads to you, and there's probably some lanterns and stuff out here in the garden as well. And since it's getting darker out, like Lloyd lights one of them, and kind of like offers up some light to you to help, either continue to walk around in the garden or make your way back to church or whatever you want.
The time it wanes, in the night she grows. I leave. Bid you farewell and a good night, gentlemen. And as like a last thing before I go, and my shoulder and arm are kind of acting up. Do you think I could just receive a small healing blessing? I hate to ask or impose.
To Lloyd or to Ambrose?
Ambrose, just a general statement that I don't want to make just before turning and leaving.
Okay. Because Ambrose or Lloyd is the one that's like, I forgot that other mini was in there. Moving that out of the way. So let's see. What is what day did I say was today? The 4th of late spring, late in the 4th day. Lloyd like offers you up the lantern to hold for a moment. Yeah. And then he turns, like kneels down at the closest of the fountains here, like kind of dips his hand in it, like says a little prayer under his breath, and like comes back over to you and like lays hand on your shoulder, and you regain 1 hit point. He casts Cure Minor Wounds on you.
Thank you very much for that blessing. I feel much more confident and healed in spirit and mind.
He like holds his hand out for the lantern and nods and says, you are welcome, my child. I'm sorry that I don't have more in me than that, but as I'm sure you're aware, we've all been working ourselves to the limits recently.
Do not call yourself short.
There's nothing wrong with
I'm
short.
of average height.
Not what I meant, of course.
So yeah, and as you make your way like out through the church, it is still kind of being used as an infirmary. Like there's always a little bit of that. Just various what's the word I want? Supplicants. Who come for any number, like any degree of normal like healing, and then there's still like people who are being treated from after the battle and whatnot. So it's not like a full war zone like it was, but there are always some people for treatment, and then there's like more than normal. Needless to say, just from a stronghold building standpoint, I don't think you, with a 12, that's going to be a good enough roll to secure any additional funding there.
All right.
But yes, they have committed. You might potentially get another acolyte or two to come and help it for a little bit of the time and whatnot, and they did commit to help cobble together a shrine for it.
And upon that, discussion, I'll leave the church, and as soon as I'm out the front, I'll kind of like drop everything, be like, oh, I think that's over. Like, dropping appearances.
Okay. Anybody else for the evening or going to bed?
I had the bed. I tell him my. So are we going to the Tailor in the morning? Is that what we said we were gonna do before we left?
I am.
Because Roboto wanted to go. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sure.
I will tell them both to meet me at the Tailor's in the morning.
Them being Zara and Eyeless.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm going to get them new clothing. We'll start getting it made anyway.
As you go to kind of dismiss them, they both kind of still stand there. They're kind of like side-eyeing each other a little bit, and then Zara speaks up and she's like, we were under the impression that your employment was going to include housing. Is there, if that's not going to be the case for a while, is there any chance that you could help us pay for some rooms?
Oh.
And then as after Zara says that, then Eyeless is like, kind of like clasps her hands together. She's like, oh, we could stay together. Zara kind of like rolls her eyes.
Yeah, like a team bonding exercise. You guys could share a room. Yeah, really wringing me dry here.
I mean, you did tell them that you would feed and house and employ them. But yeah, you could totally just get them like whatever the like common room is, whatever. And I think it's like a day or something, right?
I don't know. I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, that one's kind of a pain to find in the SRD.
There it is. Yeah. So it's 2 silver per day. How long? Well, I'm probably going to drag them with us before it's being built, honestly.
You're really
So,
going to drag them around while we're scouting?
No.
They're not going to be able to fight.
While it's being built, I'm going to drag them with us. Not while we're scouting it. Like while there's other people there building it.
Yeah, for the moment, at least, they're just asking for like literally tonight or, whatever, the next like day or two while everything gets sorted out. Like you are their employer. They don't have they're not making other money. So like they need somewhere to stay.
I'll get them a room to share.
Besides, you were just splashing around. Well, I've got 100 gold for
That was before I wanted to buy them nice clothing.
True. Although that's only 40 of your 100, so I think you can spare a couple silver for in the poorest of inn rooms.
Yeah.
Not even a room, it's like a sleeping bag beside the central fire.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a communal sleeping room.
Yeah. I'll give them the money for a room.
Which one are you giving it to?
Ooh. Eyeless seemed happy about the idea. I'll give it to her.
Eyeless takes it and goes kind of like skipping off down the street, like forgetting to say thank you. And Zara stops and like gives you a bow and is like, "Thank you, sir." And then like
you're welcome.
Sets off, like goes to follow her.
Okay. My 2 valets. I don't even know I'm gonna have the other one do well.
Okay. Is there anything else anybody needs to do, or do we sleep through the night?
We can sleep.
Okay.
Huh.
And then I'll go ahead and grab the rest of you for town in case there's any other moving around you want to do before you go. If nothing else, just because I know it does weird things with what you can be and whatnot. Okay. So you go to your various places of rest. At this point, you all kind of like have habitual solutions for that. You wake up on the morning of the 5th day of late spring. It is overcast, but calm winds today.
I'm still.
What is it? We heal 2 times our level.
You heal your level and hit points per night.
Okay.
You have to click on your person and move in. And
I literally wasn't on the board yet. It wasn't showing.
You were when you said that, but yeah, it does seem to be being a little bit persnickety tonight.
All right, well, to the Tailors.
I'm actually at my house still.
Is there something you want to be doing at your house?
I haven't actually told or asked about my sister coming.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, we can deal with that really fast.
Is Amina considered receiving long-term care?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, so she would heal 2 hit points per hit dice. I think she has, 3 hit dice?
Oh.
She has 28 hit. Yeah, she levels the same as me, no? She's 28 hit points.
Just go and look up while I'm doing things with Skabash here. Just go look up light horse, and it'll say like for hit points, it'll say like 3d8 or 4d8 or whatever. So that's like the first number there, like 3d8 means that she has 3 hit dice, or whatever that number is. I think it's 3, but
3d8 plus 6.
okay. So yeah, so she has 3 hit dice, which are essentially levels. So she, with long-term care, would reach 6 hit points overnight.
Wow, she's fully healed.
I'm almost fully healed. I only need 1 more hit point.
All right, and sweetie, for you, is it your the sister that, like, it's somebody that lives here in Capstone? You're trying to get this accomplished.
Yeah, both
right?
of my sisters in Capstone.
Okay, I couldn't remember for some reason. I was thinking they were kind of abroad. What, or not abroad, but like not here. A field. There we go. That's the word I wanted. What's I don't know that you've actually given that to me. What are their names?
Well, they have aliases and real names. I do.
Okay. Well, yeah, however you want us to refer to them.
So, little sister, Gabby Egg, little shadow. That's the one that's coming with me.
All right, you're gonna have to write those for me somewhere, because I'm definitely not gonna attempt to translate that.
So Scath Bieg, so like Skabash, but the second part is B-E-A-G. My middle sister. She'll be coming with us at some point.
A shadow person.
I mean, oh, right. I guess Roboto technically doesn't know that that's what my name means.
No, but it is really fitting.
Well, it's really fitting. It's her name, her Skabosh is Death Shadow.
Death Shadow.
All
We've
right.
had a shadow person at our party the whole time.
And you have a tendency to follow me too. Oh boy.
So a couple thoughts before you guys set out that I can think of. Skavash wants to do this. Somebody does still need to go somewhere and actually acquire the supplies for your armory, or at least kind of like form a business deal or whatever for that. And then I guess we don't necessarily need to role play the last one, but wanted to Alendite probably somebody could swing by the manor and just make sure that like food and water and whatnot are being taken care of during construction. But I think probably the two main ones are getting the supplies. I know Rocket had done kind of some research and some rough drafts for you guys on that. And then this scene here.
Yeah, and then I need to go and inquire about my reward for saving the town. I'll need that last item delivered to the fort.
Yes.
And I think the only person I can actually talk to about it at this point is Lloyd.
What was the weather?
You're still gonna try and hit them up about the other book.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
But
Well-
I think, yeah, because of the ceremony, I think Lloyd is the only one I can actually talk to about it.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, I'll be here in Alendite cuddling.
I'm not even that lean far over.
You are also getting a bit dark, Rocket. It's not awful, but if you have any,
I can
light,
try to
you
make
can
it brighter.
turn up or whatever. All right, sweetie. What's how's Skavash going about that? We know how that went with Drusha's mom.
Talking to my own mother this time.
Well, no, I know, but
And my
I'm
sister.
just saying, as far as voluntelling people goes.
Yippee egg. How'd you like to go on an adventure? And get out of town?
Kind of grumping around a little bit after they had to get up and evacuate, a couple days ago here. Like, well, I already did that recently, but I don't know. It also wasn't very fun. What do you have in mind?
Well, Alendite is going to be in charge of a new fort. We're going to be building a tavern there. For the guild. Well, the guild will be mostly in charge of it, since it'll be under my jurisdiction. But I won't always be there. And it might be good to have one of our own, keeping tabs on things. Plus, it gets you out of the house. A little bit more freedom.
Make a diplomacy check.
I've already told people you're going to be doing it.
Volunteer.
14 total.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it would like how locked down to this would I be? I'd still like to be able to come and go at least some.
Well, my compatriot's mom, Druge, will also be there cooking at the tavern. So really, you just need to make sure people don't get too rowdy, and we can kind of have the guild's eyes and ears outside the area. It would endear you to run.
She kind of she gives you like a bit of she kind of like flexes a little bit. She's like, I've got no problem knocking someone over the head with the mug, but I meant more like, not really a homebody. I'd love to be able to get out and about at least every now and then.
I don't think you'd be beholden to just being there all the time. Besides, think of all the information you can gather.
She gives you kind of a dry not smirk. What's the word I want? I can't think of the word that I want, but she kind of gives you like a humorless, like sure, I guess a wry grin is like, yes, all of the information that I'll get from the 5 other people that work there.
Well, it's going to have militia there. That noise.
Is that noise?
That might be me.
Oh, okay.
I was messing with my bottle.
Sorry, she's like, okay. The 6 people that'll be there.
Eventually there'll be more. Plus, we'll have projects. We'll have stuff to do.
I think more like sorry, Nuna's trying to help me with the word I was looking for. I think more like deadpan actually was kind of what I was trying to think of. But Rygren works fine.
Plus you'll be out on your own.
Do I get a place of my own?
We'll be working on that. Don't even have barracks yet. So if you really wanted to, you could probably just sleep in the tavern until we get a house built.
She kind of goes to the window, looks out, stares out the window for a moment, puts her hands on her hips. She's like, well, a tavern of my own. I at least get to name it.
What do you want to name it?
Oh, it doesn't exist yet, right? I've got a little like give me a day or something, like, but come on, give me something here.
I mean, I could just let you stay and live with mom and dad for the next 6 years of your life.
Your mom kind of clucks her tongue a little bit. She's like, "Oh, come on now, that we're not so bad. Your dad and I, are we?"
Oh, but she is also, 25.
True, but cut her a little slack. If she's gonna be spending, most of her days there, I think she has a right to at least work somewhere that is named something that she wants to work at.
You can give me a list of names.
She like throws her head back and lets out an exasperated sigh. She's like, yes, my sister, always the fun one.
At least you won't have to cook.
Fine. Oh, I wasn't going to do that anyway.
Well, I know.
But I'm glad we both agree. She's like, fine. Yes, you can censor my fun, I suppose. I'll come up with a few names and you can choose one.
Deal. All right, I take off for the rest of my gang. Thanks, sis. Love you.
Again, it's just like very, very deadpan, since you like wouldn't even let her. You wouldn't even give in on like the naming of it. She's like, "My pleasure." So Tailor and quartermaster or blacksmith or whatever, however you're gonna go about that.
Maybe run by the tailor first. I think that might be. I guess we should talk about, do we want to go with the like outfits that I wrote down? Is that what we want to do, or do we want to make upgrades or such?
Well, that's not going to be at the tailor.
They'll be at the quartermaster, but
Yeah. Okay, and we do. Okay, there is a townsfolk that is a tailor, but they are not in Capstone. They are in Alarin. Yeah, let's go one step at a time there real quickly.
okay.
For the tailor.
I did tell them to meet me at the tailor in the morning, so like I think
yeah, that's fine.
First.
It's not like time and timekeeping and like appointments and whatnot back in an era when there aren't clocks are a little different than what we're used to. Like there would definitely be a little bit of expected waiting. Not necessarily you waiting for them, but just in general, one or more parties is going to get there a bit before the other, and So I think probably them being freshly employed, they're probably already there waiting for you when you get there.
Okay. Oh, good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
All right. And your Bato.
Good morning.
Yeah, were you expecting to find Rubato there? Had you guys talked about that?
Yeah, you said something about it.
Okay. I couldn't remember if he just decided to come because he knew you were going. Or...
All right, guess we better knock this out here. I'll head on in, expecting them to follow.
Lead the way, sir.
You're not my servant, Roboto. You don't have to call me sir. I mean, I'm sorry. You're not my valet. I shouldn't use the S word.
No, I'm just being proper and nice.
Huh.
Okay. At this point you've been around town a handful of times. You don't necessarily know where everything is, but you've also done a little bit of research about getting yourselves nobles clothes, and some people in the party at least have been around a little bit, Alendite trying to sort out the similar and whatnot. So you don't have to, it's not hard for you, you don't have to like go searching or whatever to find a tailor. There's a couple of them. I'm assuming you probably just go to the closest one to where you were.
I don't know. Is this the fancy one?
Yeah, is it the fancy one? I'm spending some money right now. I want to, make sure it's good.
Sure. Yeah, I was trying to think if I cared, if I wanted to get into having like, kind of tiers or what have you. But yeah, sure. You go to the one that is maybe not like the most expensive one, because kind of like branding, right? They're just going to charge you more just because. You go to one that you've seen work from before around town. Like, okay, I've seen people wearing like nice looking clothes from from this place, and you forget, like, you can't remember the name of it, but you know where it was, so kind of that's where you told everybody to meet up, and you show up, and it's it's called the Stitch and Spindle.
Stitch and Spindle. All right.
So
I'll head on in.
Yeah, you step in. There's a little bell that's hung over the door. So there's a little bling. You walk in, and kind of an older human woman. Kind of. It's not super big, right? Because this isn't exactly an era where people just like go clothes shopping to, for funsies or just de-stress or whatever. A lot of tailoring tends to be a little bit more bespoke, other than maybe some very generalized stuff like cloaks and whatnot. So it's a pretty small room, modest, enough room to work, but probably like 10 by 15 or so on the inside. Like a large kind of squarish table in the middle with presumably some measurements kind of scratched into the top of it, and bolts of fabric over against one wall, and the other wall has some like I said, a couple of like hoods and cloaks and that sort of thing that might potentially just be window shopped. So so this older human woman looks up at you and is like, well, hello, good morning. Don't usually see customers right first thing off. How's everybody today? As you guys kind of you keep like piling in, like Bahir walks in, and then Zara walks in, Ilis walks in, Rubato walks in.
Good morning. I am doing wonderful. How are you doing this morning?
Like I'm well, just getting started for my day. And you see there's like a little earthwork like mug sitting on the table that's kind of like steaming a little bit, and like I'm Henriette. I'm the owner of the Stitch and Spindle here. What can I do for you all this fine day? And it kind of like goes to start trying to kind of go into her salesman spiel of like, I've got an array of hoods and cloaks over here, and I have green dyes and red, and I'm all out of blue at the moment, but I have this and that. I do have a little bit of leather working, but it's not exactly my specialty, but I do sew leather working occasionally, and I'm of course happy to take commissions or orders on commission as well.
Well, I'm looking to outfit my 2 valets that I have recently hired on, and I would like them to, fit the style of my own clothing. So, and I would also like them to look very nice. I would like people, to like see them and see that like the people that work for me I take care of.
Like, oh yes, certainly. I've outfit many housekeepers and butlers and such. That shouldn't be a problem. She kind of gets up from her little stool and comes bustling over to you, and kind of hey, I don't know what that's called. Kind of like pinches and twists. I don't know how to describe it. Like, grabs the fabric of your clothing and kind of like feels it, and kind of steps back and like looks you up and down and kind of looks at the. I mean, it's mostly white and gold, right?
Yeah, okay. White and gold.
So she's like, all right, well, white is difficult, but not beyond my scope. So I it looks like a little bit of the styling here is a little different, but I suppose that's that's just a feature of where you come from. I can certainly do my best to kind of mimic that. She goes like bustling over to the side and kind of thumbs through a couple of bolts of fabric and whatnot, and like, well, I don't have anything that I've strictly dyed white, but I do have some lighter fabrics here that could probably be accomplished with. Might take me an extra day or two to acquire the bleaching agents that I need, but that shouldn't be a problem. And is the stitching gold, or is it like symbols, or like what?
So like the stitching and like probably like some like designs across, but it also not only like I want it to look nice and be like nicely designed, but I also would like, it has to be functional. But we are going to be in a place that I don't necessarily is going to be very very how do I want to say this? It's going to be a bit rough living, if you get what I mean.
Okay. So are we thinking like dresses, skirts, tunics, robes? It's a little bit less common for like female staff to have pants, but I can certainly do pants as well.
I will ask both of them what they would be most comfortable with.
You see Henriette kind of like raises her eyebrow a little bit when you like give them a voice in it, but she's like, all right. Zara steps up a little bit more immediately, and I don't know what to actually call them, so this is out of character, but she's like, she wants like Aladdin, or she wants like Jasmine pants, right? Like the big kind of like the
big like poofy
legs,
pants,
like yeah. Oh, sorry, I misread that at first. I thought you were saying that those are pleated pants. I was like, no, it's definitely not pleating. But I see what you're saying in chat there. White and gold, the best color choice for rough living, right? Very easy to maintain. Yeah, it's gonna be great.
That's what I've hired them for.
So so anyway, so she's not asking for like a Jasmine belly shirt or anything like that. That I don't know how else to describe those pants. So so she wants pants and something like a little bit more open and flowy, like something that would that's like you're very used to seeing, like that type of loosely fitting clothing is common where you're from. So she says she wants that, and she's like, I don't really care, on the top, kind of whatever, whatever stylistically works for that, as far as kind of like a blouse or whatever goes. And trying to think what would make sense for Silas to request.
I feel like from what I've seen, she'd want like a dress or something. But...
Yeah, I was just trying to think. I guess that's true. I've been describing her as like a little bit naive as well. So because at first I was thinking maybe she'd want like a skirt, like maybe a longer skirt, like a kind of a skirt sort of thing. So that way it's like further off from the ground. But yeah, she is a little bit like she's a little young and naive. So, Ilis is kind of scrunches up her nose at Zara's pick, and is like kind of goes over and like kind of looks at the fabric a little bit and kind of like gives a little bit of a twirl, like, yeah, I want to dress. I want to look properly, like I want to look like I should. And it goes on to, kind of describe like a nice, kind of, I don't know what it's called, like a chambermaid dress sort of thing, like a little bit of a cinch at the waist and kind of like puffy shoulders and like a, it sounds like it would look nice.
Yeah, all right.
Probably a little bit less practical, but
that sounds good to me. You both know you'll be in charge of maintaining your own clothes, of course, yes. And I'll kind of look at Ilis when I say that.
She's like, I've always wanted to dress like this. I'll figure it out. It's
all right. Sounds good. And I'll also throw in like probably like, if possible, a cloak would probably be good to go with both of those as well.
Henriette kind of stops. She's like, well, I definitely don't have anything like pre-made in those colors. Are you wanting something to match, or maybe you'd want something to contrast?
We're not really. I'm not really in a rush for it because it's going to be a little while until it's really, really needed. So, like, if time's like the issue, then like time is something that I can spare.
She kind of chuckles. She's like, well, and money, of course.
Oh yeah.
So white then? That's
maybe
that's a bit more
maybe
difficult to
cloak.
accomplish. With cloaks, we're usually looking at more of like a
maybe like a
canvas
black
or
for
like
the
a leather
cloak
or something.
Maybe like a black for the cloak to kind of contrast white and gold, you know?
Kind of clucks her tongue. She's like, well, you do have expensive taste. Like pure black is a little like it's pretty difficult to pull off, but I can certainly do like a very dark gray at least. It would be close to black.
Dark gray, that sounds fine. Sounds good.
Okay. Yes, it's been a while since I've worked in colors. Well, in any of these colors, but certainly together. Yeah, I'll it'll probably take me 2 or 3 days to kind of acquire supplies and whatnot, and then it'll take me probably a 10-day or so to make the garments. So let's see, what did I say today is the 5th or 6th, right? Yeah, it's the 5th. Like, so I probably, I it's hard to say because some of this is a little bit exotic. So I don't want to, overpromise and underdeliver, you know? You or one of your people and kind of like waves her hand over towards Zara and Miles. Check with me in the week or week is ingrained in my brain. Check with me like the beginning of the 10-day, like on the 20th or 21st, and I should either be done or have like a strong estimate on when I'll be finished by then.
Okay, and I assume you want payment up front so you can order the supplies and such? Sure.
Yes, for things that are a little bit more standard, I'm happy to go half and half, but there's a fair amount of cost associated with taking this on, so I'm afraid I would need to ask for payment up front.
How much would that be?
It's like, well, the the pants and the blouse, and kind of goes through and she's kind of like counting on her fingers as she goes, and goes over and kind of like thumbs through her threads and stuff for a moment. She's like, well, I think the 2 outfits I could probably do for I have a particularly big workload right now, but they are pretty nice. I think those would probably be in the neighborhood of 40 or so, and then the cloaks, the patterning, of course, for cloaks a lot more standard, so there's not as much work that goes into that as there is for something like what the girls here requested. So I could probably do the two cloaks for another 5. So the
hero of Capstone discount, of
you guys
course.
Are gonna milk that one every opportunity you get, aren't you?
Who built the harbor?
Of course, my friend Drew. The harbor's named after him.
She kind of looks over her glasses at you. She's like, I was giving you fair prices, I think, but go ahead and make a charisma check. I'll consider a small discount.
It is where's diplomacy? 17.
Did you say charisma or diplomacy?
Diplomacy.
Charisma.
No, I think I just said charisma. Yeah, I just wanted like a straight, charisma check.
Oh, then that's an 11.
Okay. Yeah.
I can't use my diplomacy ranks.
Yeah, because that was more of like a fast talk than a full diplomacy. She's like, well, I'll tell you what, I will. Most of the work that I had planned for the next 10 days or so was just kind of restocking some of the things that I normally carry. None of that's time sensitive per se. So I don't think realistically I could do it for much cheaper than I quoted you, but I will commit to doing everything I can to have them done before the 20th.
Like I said, I didn't really care about the time, but I guess that's fine.
Are you actually like saying that under your breath?
Yeah.
She can't help but kind of like retort back at you a little bit. She's like, well, to be honest, I do care about eating.
Yeah. Good thing everyone's still alive to get out food. No, I don't say that.
True, Malcater, but diplomacy is also kind of like how long you're spending on it, right? That was more of like an off the cuff than like I'm going to spend a bunch of time trying to like convince you.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you want, if we want to be sticklers on the rules, it could be a rush diplomacy check, which was at a -10. But in that case, I think the charisma check is more in your favor.
Mm-hmm.
A haggle skill. I mean, yeah, that's like, yeah, it's kind of tough, right? Because it's not really bluff. Like, it's not really diplomacy. It's not. Which is why I generally use charisma for that sort of untyped charisma-based check.
It's just unfortunate. I have a 0 charisma, and it's dependent on my ranks.
Right. Yeah, I think, like I said, a lot of it for me depends on how you're describing it too, right? If you're like, if you're gonna try, if you spend a bunch of time being like, oh, I'll we'll make sure to tell everyone where we bought it, and we're gonna, like yada yada. Like if you really lean into it, then like that's more diplomacy. Whereas you're pretty much just like flexing and kissing your biceps.
I need to figure out how to use bluff in haggling.
I was just in the other town the other day, and this was like 10 gold cheaper.
None. Yeah, exactly. I'll pay you an exposure.
Well, Bahir, are you finished with your business?
Yeah, so it's 45 gold.
Yeah.
Okay.
As you go to pay her, she's like, I promise you won't find a better deal. You won't find better work for the price than what I'll do for you.
I expect as much for a gentleman of my stature. So
she stifles a little laugh when you say that.
Glad you caught that. So I have a couple of requests myself. One, I need to get my suit repaired. As you can see, it's in a little bit of disrepair. And it is not befitting of my stature. So what type of adventuring gear could I acquire for the time being whilst you repair my suit? And do you happen to have any rarer materials, something that could perhaps assist in hiding, for instance, or any other benefits you could think of?
I'll need to lean on you for the mechanics and price and whatnot of the thing that you mentioned to me. That's not, I'm assuming that's not magical, that's a mundane thing.
Correct. Non-magical adds +1 bonus, circumstance bonus to hide.
What's it from? Is it from like arms and equipment?
It is from Eberron.
Oh dear.
So I don't.
Yeah, Eberron, the
no.
wild card of D&D settings.
Yeah.
I'm down to consider it. It'll probably be a little bit more expensive than whatever's listed there.
It's 100 gold on top of the.
Oh, so they treat it like a quality.
Yes.
Got it. Or like a, yeah, I think quality.
Masterwork.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is
kinda like-
almost masterwork, isn't it?
It's kind of like a masterwork sort of thing, but
Yeah.
clothing.
And also somehow, yeah, I guess that's true. Clothing, not armor. That's why it's a bit cheaper. I don't see why not. So yeah, as you're kind of pointing out about your suit, she like kneels down next to you. I mean, there are a fair number of gnomes and halflings and whatnot that live here. Like it's a minority, but they're definitely around. So she's used to working with the little folk as well. He gets down and kind of like feels the material a little bit, and then you see some of the like holes and maybe like a little burn or sear mark and whatnot. Just kind of sighs and clicks her tongue a little bit. She's like, this is a pity to do this to such nice material. Yes, I one or two of the bigger bits of damage, it'll be a little bit hard to replicate the pattern, but I can certainly do my best to kind of embroider a little bit on the new fabric to kind of match it up. And I can as I mentioned, the blues are going to be a little bit harder for me right now, but the purples won't be a problem. And I guess you're probably on about the same timetable as your friend here. So I suppose you can, as long as you're not trying to get this fixed within the next day or two, then I should have replacement materials here before I'm done with your friend's project anyway.
That timetable works for me. I'm going to need another outfit in the interim.
She's not like a particularly jovial person, but she's also not over serious. So she kind of like throws her head back a little bit and laughs and like, yes, don't want to go out and about in your underwear, I suppose, do you?
Yeah.
You mentioned wanting something to kind of help you sneak around a little bit. I'm already going to be working with some darker clothing dyes anyways. I'm sure you heard. So that shouldn't be too difficult to pull off. Same as for your friend, I'll get as close to black as I can. It'll at least a very nice dark gray. I would imagine with that sort of thing, you want it to be fairly form fitting, so that way you're not getting caught on anything or your fabric swishing against itself or whatever. So she's kind of eyeballing you. She grabs a little like measuring stick and kind of like measures one or two things as she's talking. She's like, but I'm assuming you also don't want to wear that all of the time. So I suppose you're wanting three things. You want some regular clothing, some of this darker clothing, and then you want your current outfit patched up.
Well, this old outfit, it may not be worth repairing at this time. If you're going to be crafting something out of some new materials, I might just stick with that and then getting something to replace this for the time being.
Oh. Are you wanting me to... What are you wanting me to do with your current outfit?
You could use... what if you used parts of it to embellish the new outfit? How about that?
I suppose purple probably wouldn't detract too much from the utility of what you're talking about. Especially if I used it as more of a lining and that sort of thing. I could probably do that.
Sounds fantastic to me then.
That sort of thing. I'll probably have to have you come back by once or twice to double check measurements and whatnot. And make sure that it's really, closely tailored. But I don't see, that's not an uncommon thing. So I'm happy to make adjustments. I suppose we probably want. That trails off for a second. I do know of a supplier where I could get a different. I don't actually know what it's made out of, but there's a cloth that is appears not to be cotton. That's it's a bit it doesn't stick and catch on things so much like cotton does. That would probably be good for something like this. It's probably be a bit more expensive, but it sounds like you and your friend have access to some assets here, and
we are men of fantastic taste. Yes.
You kind of like holds her hands out wide. She says, "Well, of course you came here."
We know how to pick them.
Like, yes, this will be more expensive though, Tim, to import that fabric. But I do know the supplier that I usually buy things from comes by about once a month. Usually kind of around the middle of the month. So I might be a little bit pressed for time to be done right by the 20th. But being as I already told, I guess we didn't in character. You didn't tell her your name, but I'm assuming in a business dealing you would have at some point. So I did tell Bahir there that I would be prioritizing his work, but I could probably be done pretty close to the same time, maybe a few days later with this project. I'd probably get the exotic cloth on the 15th or 16th, and then finish the girls' outfits, and then it'd take me a couple days to kind of do what we're talking about here, and then I'd have to have you come by, and then I'd retailer it, which would take another half a day or a day. And then you said it's plus 100 on top of like whatever the cost would have been.
Yeah.
What the example outfits are.
I actually was originally trying to find that and found this instead. So
yeah, it's called goods and services. This is the section of the SRD. Stuff ranges from until you're getting into like court outfits. Most of the other things range from like 1 to 10 gold. But like you said, this it's just clothing. It's not armor. We're upcharging for the material. $13. Probably a small surcharge. Like I'm thinking I could probably pull this off. My cost, again, she's kind of like counting up on her finger. Probably about 120 gold out the door.
120? Okay. That sounds fitting for the style I'm looking for. As you can see, I have excellent taste. And again, we came to you. I can do that. For this, how much would you like up front? The entire thing?
Well, I think in all fairness, yes. There's I don't often work with this material, so of course I have to buy a little bit extra to make sure that I have enough to cover everything. And I hate to do that to both of you, but you're definitely outside of my normal day-to-day asks. So I can't, especially for the two of you. I certainly couldn't, just go and spend this much money out of my own pocket and then risk, potentially not finishing the transaction for whatever reason. So I'm afraid I would have to ask for it up front.
I can definitely do that. Here you go. And we will return.
So she takes the money that the two of you gave her and goes kind of behind her little counter where she was originally sitting, which is off to the side from where the work table is, and you hear like a little bit of a metallic kind of like creak, and then brief pause, and then kind of not a slam, but you hear like a metallic like boom like sound, and the creaking noise.
Found the safe be here. Call Skabosh.
I was going to be like, man, do you actually have that much cash? But I guess I did just give you 100. So as long as you had a little bit. Okay.
Look at you with your book. We don't need Skabosh. You can go do it.
Okay. Sorry, I probably got lost a little bit in the weeds there, but I was trying to think how to explain, like, because to a normal person, you're essentially asking for like thieves' clothes. So I was trying to think of like, how do I justify that like in character for her? So it's like, well, I guess like essentially trying to describe like satin, as like an exotic material was what I decided to go with. But I probably spent a little longer on that than I needed to. So thanks.
That's all right. And did that price include getting a change of clothes for now as well?
Yeah, it's just gonna be something basic, but yeah, she'll get you like a linen, probably something not altogether different from what I am currently wearing. And
just
a pair of pants,
standard adventuring gear, kind of clothes. Yeah, perfect. I thank you for your assistance.
She's like, certainly. I suppose I have a lot of work to do here. I guess I'm probably gonna have to close up for the morning and go make a few contacts and whatnot to make sure that I can get connected with my the suppliers that I usually buy from know that I'll be looking for them when they come into town. But I'll close up and follow you out.
Fantastic.
And just as they're heading out, I head in.
as we're
Valentine, I didn't know you were coming here too.
As we're walking out of the door,
I have this courtier outfit that I need to have embroidered, and I was wondering if this is the closest place to where everyone was. I just thought it's something I'd do in the morning before we took off. And it seems like everyone else has the same idea.
This place is kind of a rip-off, Valentine. I'd go somewhere else.
Oh, really?
She's getting tied up for months.
I'm not the one paying, so you're
just wanting to like Tailor
right now.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hand her the courtier outfit with the writ of 15 or however much it was, and she's like, yeah, can I have this just professionally fitted, and then have the gemstones here, and here.
So you like catch her as she's like locking up, and she's like, "Oh, quite the morning, I suppose," and like unlocks the door and takes you back in. And
like, oh yeah, we're all friends here.
So yeah, that kind of thing. Generally, that's less of a measure, more of a put it on you sort of deal. So she's like, well, can you spare a bit of time here? And I don't know if we necessarily need to role play that out specifically, unless you really want to argue about where the hem is going to be. But
well, I'm shorter.
She'd have you put it on and kind of T-pose and go around and put a kind of like tighten up the fabric here and like put a pin in it and kind of make a little mark on the fabric with like a charcoal pencil kind of thing here, and goes through and kind of checks with you like, okay, do you want you need a tighter fit or do you want a looser fit?
I do prefer a snug fit.
okay, so so she like takes in the inseam measurement, takes her little measuring stick out and kind of like holds it up against your inner thigh. Like, forgive me, I have to get a little fresh for a moment. And checks on what length feels comfortable to you, and just kind of runs through the whole thing, takes your bust measurement and whatnot. She's like, okay, this is relative to your friends, at least this is relatively simple. I should be able to just kind of do this in my spare time. And like you said, you already had the rid as far as payment goes. And she's like, well, that's not a problem. I've worked on RIT before, so I'm happy to do that. This will probably just take me a couple days. You could swing by, certainly by the end of the 10-day. I'm sure, I'll have it ready for you.
Wonderful. And you can just bill it to the House of Rin.
So much busy work being a hero, right? Yeah, every time we pick out these little role-playing scenes where I'm like, oh, that's just, that'll be like 15 or 20 minutes, and then we end up adding like 4 more extensions to it, which I'm happy to do. And, if you guys are having fun with it, cool. It's just, I'm always caught off guard. It makes sense. So before you go, as far as I know, unless anybody else cooked up anything else that I'm not aware of, you guys just need to handle equipment, right?
I need to swing by the church once more.
Oh, right. Okay. So I think that's.
Mind if I tag along with you? Just
shopping montage is a full episode, shoulder. Right? We still got some time though. So we're only actually 3 hours in, so we're not doing too bad. It's a little bit longer than I anticipated, but at least it's not like 9 o'clock already. Barely 7. Let's take a little stretch potty break, grab snacks and whatnot, and then we can come back and wrap up those last 2 things and then get out of town here. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. Yes, I know some people get a kick out of the role play and the shopping episodes, and some people very much don't. So if that's not your bag, thank you for coming and hanging out. Hopefully we manage to still have some fun role play scenes, even if the shopping itself is not so much your bag. It's always kind of fun to watch siblings rib each other and whatnot. A couple of other things that I meant to promo really fast. Of course, we have a second campaign that we run in this world with the courtesy of the Mortal Woes, and they've loaned us one of our game masters, Atma, who's amazing.
Mendes, he's coming through you.
You should definitely go check out their channel if you want more D&D content. It's twitch.tv/Mortal Woes. And also from the Mortal Woes, we have Spio, who runs the townsfolk for us. So if you're interested in contributing to the world of Rin, you can do so by joining our Discord and making an NPC and a business somewhere in our world. You get to choose where it is, what kind of business it is, whether that's a farm or a shop or whatever. And then once a month, you can either play by post or hop in a voice call with one of our game masters, especially Spio, and make a roll to see if your business is profitable or not, and do a little bit of role playing. It's a fun way to impact the world, and periodically, our player characters will encounter some of the various business owners among the townsfolk. In fact, one of them is going to be helping with Fort Leona here. What's your process? Because you already know, both in and out of character, you already know that like this one is more contentious.
So for the most part, my plan was pretty much to go up to Lloyd and say, so when you come out to help with the fort, could you bring that chest along with you, as that was part of my reward for saving the city?
Well, good morning, good sir. And he looks rejuvenated from the last time you talked to him. You know, he's gotten to sleep one more time and hasn't been kind of fully tapped out magically yet like he was last time and whatnot. So he's looking a little bit more lively. And so you pretty much just come like out with it right away. You're like, hey, so about that.
Pretty much, yeah. We've already talked. I'll start with good basic niceties and the
Sure.
But then because you're the only person that I can actually talk to this item about. And
Okay.
since it was part of my reward was to reclaim my items.
Kind of like, yeah, about that. Like scratching the back of his neck. You know, like technically you are entitled to that. There is a practical issue though, which is Leona was the only person that knew how to open that box.
Right.
So, there is, of course, some contention about the contents of the box, which we'll have to figure out here on the back end. But that's not really the problem right now. The problem is that I literally can't give it to you.
Well, you can't give me the item that's in the box, but you can give me the box.
I mean that's no small ask in and of itself, though, as I'm sure you well know. A magically protected box like that, regardless of its contents, has value in its own right. And as far as I know, that was not promised to you.
True, but also a box that nobody can open is pretty useless.
Like, well, that nobody can open yet.
Exactly. And I don't think it's a good idea for anybody here to open that box.
Kind of chuckles. He's like, well, to be fair, I don't know if I think that it's a good idea for anyone to open that box.
Very true. But I think it's much safer to have that box with somebody who understands what's in it instead of a church full of people who don't.
You put me in a bit of an awkward situation because I can't. I know that my superiors, if they knew what was in it, would definitely not be okay with that, like leaving church grounds. But also, I am like kind of forbidden from telling anybody what's in it.
Same. That's why I came to you, because we're the only people I know that can talk about it. I hate to put you in this position, but it's kind of where we're at.
He's generally reasonably affable. When you say you hate to put him in this position, he does kind of put his hands on his hips and give you a bit of a bit of a look. It's like, do you really though?
I mean, to be fair, you're literally the only one I can talk to about it.
True, but like I appreciate the pleasantry, but you also just want it. Let's be honest.
That is very true. Yes, I was not keen on my property being taken from me. No matter how dangerous these things could be, but that was my reward. I can just see those gears turning in your face.
Make me a diplomacy check.
Oh boy. Yeah. 10.
Okay, I mean not a negative result, not a particularly positive.
Yeah. Now, mind you, we don't have the place to put it yet. So it's not like it's coming today. This is something we can figure out. Something for you to think on for a while, because we'll need a place for it before we would move it anyways.
Like, yes. Yeah, storage is the big concern. I mean, obviously there is concern for anyone having access to this. Even somebody who's proven themselves to be on the side of good. But also, regardless of who that individual is or what their intent may be, there is significant risk of it falling into the wrong hands, however exactly that may happen.
I completely agree. That's why I don't think it's best to keep it here in the church.
That gets a big raised eyebrow from him. He's like, look, you know that I'm more sympathetic to your persuasion than many, but I would argue a pretty strong counterpoint that hallowed ground is probably one of the better places for something like that to be.
And I know you would, but I also feel like someplace with somebody who understands the magics would be a better one. And this is a discussion I think me and you could probably go back and forth on for a long time.
Indeed, I think I can offer you two things to try and break the logjam. One would be that regardless of whether it's us or whether it's you or some combination thereof, if we're able to figure out this chest, we get to keep the chest.
Oh, of course. The chest doesn't belong to me anyways.
And secondly, I might regret this myself, but I think at a minimum before it leaves our hands, somebody from the church should become more educated on the contents of that book. And realistically, since my original abilities were more in line with this sort of thing, I mean, such as it is, and he kind of like waves his hands around and kind of like moves the dirt a little bit. It's like, not exactly this sort of thing, but outside of the spiritual realm, I'm probably more equipped than a lot of other people here at the church, and I'm also already sworn secrecy about it. So I think if you can agree to a commitment of future protection and allowing me access to the tome when needed, then I will do what I can to facilitate its.
I think that is an excellent deal. And I'll reach my hand out to him.
Fair enough. Shakes it.
I always enjoy these talks,
Like I do too. I have to admit I'm looking a little bit more forward to Earth moving than whatever that is. But
yeah.
I do appreciate your willingness to compromise.
Of course. That's what we're here for, is to do what's best for everybody. Mm-hmm. And then I'll just kind of hang out and chat with him for a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then, like I said, I don't necessarily think that the equipment stuff needs to be handled in character, but we do need to have a discussion. What do people think? For the budget that you have to work with, how do you want to handle equipping your guardsmen?
I think it's best. Oh, no, go ahead.
Okay. So I was gonna say, so what I have right now is that a ranged one would have leather armor. They would each have a dagger. They would each have a light crossbow, and then like I don't know how many bolts we'd want each of them to have. That's the only thing that I'm like iffy about. Like, what would be the normal amount of bolts we'd want to like have stocked? Like, I have like 30 bolts, like 10 for each of them,
Yeah,
which
that sounds about right.
I don't know. That doesn't sound like a lot, but like that's 3 gold, and that would come out to 142 for each of them. And then for like the melee guards, would a guard be proficient with like medium armor?
Yeah, probably not heavy.
Okay.
Without some training, but medium I think would be.
So like hide armor would be fine.
Oh yeah.
And then I figured like the long spears, there was like a regular like short like a regular spear, but they don't have reach with those. I figured like having reach would be usually it's a good thing. So like give them each a long spear, and then I also figured it might be good to give them each have one bullseye lantern just for like the whatever shifts at nighttime and some oil. And then that theirs comes out to be like 77 gold ish. And then like the total is 219, if that's what we would like to do.
The total for those 3.
For all 6.
Wait, I thought you said the first one was like 140 something each.
142 total.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
142 total for the range, and then 77 total for the melee guardsman.
Got it.
Which comes out to 219.
And that's with crossbows for the ranged guys?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I was going to say they probably wouldn't be proficient
in
bowmen.
daggers.
Like being a bowman is actually like a pretty significant skill set. Crossbows, part of the reason they became so much more popular is that they don't require nearly as much.
Mm.
Yeah, that all looks really sound.
The only thing I wasn't like too sure on is like for like the melee guards, like I don't know if like we want them to have the spear, or like it might be better if they were like sword and board. But sword and board would be more expensive.
I would say have one of them be sword and board, and like make them like the captain of the guard or something like that.
Well, the thing is I don't know if we want to make them captain of the guard, because then we have to pay them 18 gold instead of 6 or 8.
Okay, fine. You make a middle management where you don't actually pay them anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could probably, call, because I mean, you also don't have that many of them, right? So we don't want to run into the Starbucks problem that I referenced earlier. But you could probably pick 1 or 2 and kind of call them, senior guardsmen or whatever, and pay them an extra gold per month. Just that way, there's like somebody with a little bit more responsibility.
Okay, so we get 5 gold back for the spear. I'll pull up this ID real quick. Weapons. So we're thinking longsword and the shield. Maybe. Or actually, I have a falchion I have an extra falchion. Oh, that's dual wield though. That's 2-handed, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. And also
snap.
possibly exotic. I don't remember.
No. They're just regular.
Oh, okay.
Are they? Yeah, they are 2-handed. Okay.
Who knows? We could also equip them with stuff that we find on the field as we guard the base from goblins and liberate.
So a shield.
Goblin equipment would be wrong size though.
It doesn't have the price.
Or even like a master sergeant. Yeah, that's true, Music Man.
If we have a master sergeant, can I be Lord Commander?
One hand melee weapons.
Using up, fantasy titles.
So a longsword then maybe. Which is 15 gold.
Yeah, we can figure out titling. Probably would be something like that. It'll probably be a weird kind of like both and statement, right? Like how you have in actual navies, right? You have captains and captains. And like a captain in the Navy isn't necessarily the captain of a ship. And in fact, the captain of a boat may or may not actually be of the rank of captain.
Does it actually matter what a shield's made out of?
Like sometimes because I think it's submarines. I think technically have commanders, not captains, but also the person who's in charge of a boat is usually called a captain, regardless of what their rank is. So like you have a person who is a captain, but is not the rank of captain. Because commander means something in the militia, but at the same time, like I also do kind of think that it makes sense. Like you are also the commander of this fort, so yeah, we'll figure something out.
Okay, 18. So that'd be 18 gold for that one. So then our total would be 200. Uh, 32 would be our new total for a longsword and a wooden shield.
That's 3 sets of that, and then 3 crossbows. Right, because I think it's 6 guys, right? I think is what you.
Or no, we were having 2 with the spear and 1 with the sword, right? In shield. Because that's why we got on making that one the captain, the guard, or whatever.
Yeah.
The 2 spear, 1 sword.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Generally speaking, swords historically were kind of like signs of station. So it kind of makes sense to give the sword to the, whatever you want to call them, senior guardsman or sergeant or whatever.
Senior.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That comes out to, what did you say, 232?
232, yep.
Okay. And then, you guys had about 400 to work with. Do you want any extra supplies?
Probably like extra, maybe like torches and stuff, right?
Yeah, I was more thinking I wasn't sure if you'd want any extra armor or weapons or whatever, but yeah, I think we can just kind of hand wave and say that the last little, however, like your remainder.
Oh, instead of a long spear, just do a regular spear. They're the same damage and everything, except it's 3 gold.
They don't have the reach.
Yeah, that's what he was for.
Oh, you're looking for the reach.
Yeah, they can attack 10 feet away. To some degree on some of the minor stuff, we don't want to have to micromanage this too much. Kind of like how we've done with Rubato's spell stuff. Although realistically, you probably do need to refresh on components here. Oh, Rubato's not here. Well, whatever. We can just kind of say like, oh, you guys have about 150 gold left over from your allowance. You use that to stock stuff. You got a couple extra lanterns, you get some torch supplies, you get, a handful of extra bolts. There's probably some replacement horseshoe. I don't want to get into micromanaging like, oh, Amina threw a shoe. Does Fort Leona have a shoe, or do we have to go to Capstone? Like, no, we can just say that Fort Leona
get like some like beasts of burden.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a couple donkeys and an ox or whatever. A handful of those things that just make sense. I think we can just kind of hand wave and say that that's included in the last little bit of cash that you have.
Okay.
Okay. If you haven't already, can you write out the... I just saw the GIF that Amras posted a little bit ago. Can you update, either write a new one and or ping like an update of the what equipment you ended up getting? We have that somewhere. Cool. Okay. And as that's all, common stuff, like I said, as much as I enjoy role playing out the various shopkeepers and the purchasing and whatnot, like there's no haggling here. There's no supply chain issues here. There's no, this is very cut and dry.
Get a mass, what are they called when you bulk? You'll get a bulk discount.
Probably not. You guys aren't exactly buying bulk. You're buying like 1 to 3 of things. So yeah, you guys go to the quartermaster. You place your order. He like has that stuff on hand. I guess the one thing would be, he'd offer like, do you want it now, or where do you want it, or how do you want to go about that?
Do you offer delivery?
No, this is Delicio.
He's like, no, hey, we definitely, it'll be up to you guys to get it out there. But I will remind you guys that one of the people that Drew's recruited does have a 2-wheeled cart. If they have enough income, eventually can they invest with the business within the to make money for the fort? Yeah, absolutely. In fact, that is part of it. So one of the options that they chose is that the fort currently controls an income source, which they decided would be some farmland and, just kind of general landlordery. And then there is also a, I forget what they call it, but like an undeveloped asset under the fort's like kind of sphere of influence as well. So they generate some income from their farmland, and then if they further develop the other resource, which is a potential mine, then they might make additional income from that. They can't always go back and add more also to your question, but those are their kind of their current plans for that. But one of the cool things about this is it's all modular. So if they go out and crack open a chest that's got 1,000 gold and they're like, awesome, I want an amphitheater, or like whatever, then you just pay the price, wait, the appropriate amount of time, and then you've added an amphitheater or whatever. Which is fun because it's, that way you're not too locked in. Like, oh, well, we wanted a tavern, but we wanted a good one, but we can't afford good ones, so I guess we have no tavern. Like, no, you currently have, you get like the lesser tavern now, and then also whoever it was that just broke the bedroom suite calculation, if you can undo, that would be great.
Not it.
That Rocket?
That wasn't me. No, I'm not even in it.
I don't even have it open.
Weird. Okay.
I'll go and undo anyway, just in case. I don't think it was me.
Well.
Oh, I gotta redo my math. I can't remember.
Whatever undid it, it's undone now, so that's good. So, okay. All like those couple errands, you guys spent like probably an hour in total at the Tailor, and then a little bit of time with the innkeep and whatnot. Yeah, don't forget to update your health on your minis as well, since you sort of generated last night.
72 plus 15.
And then as a review, like I said, the weather today is pretty good. It's overcast and calm, so there's no impediment there as far as going out and about. Are you guys otherwise ready to head out and try and find your location?
Yeah. No, just before we do, I want to assemble everyone in front of the church and get a blessing from the priest or paladin there, and any healing that anyone needs.
I will decline the blessing, but I will still go.
Okay. It's a it's a simple, just like quick ceremony that you're not being like preached at or anything. They just bring you to the peaceful pool in the garden and like pray over you briefly and kind of like make the holy gesture with their hands and then send you about your way. Technically you do have a buff, but it will be gone long before you would actually need to use it, mechanically speaking.
Did I get any healing?
Not from that. I mean, you could potentially also request healing.
Yeah, that was kind of the other point I was getting at.
Got it.
A blessing and any extra healing that could be provided for those who need it.
I think you're the only one that's still hurt to any significant degree.
Nope.
They're probably not going to heal you like repeatedly, as they are still kind of finishing up the battle triage and the normal like healthcare that they do anyway. But the priest that performs the blessing like would lead you back inside to one of the clerics that's like providing medical assistance to get a heal. Oof. So you heal another 4.
It's better than
Damn.
nothing.
I mean, I'm pretty much back to full. Druid shield me right up.
And then I'm assuming, Amras will go, or sorry, Alendite will go and get Amina, and then you guys.
That is definitely not what I'm riding right now, but sure. Amina just comes riding out of the church.
That's fine. We're gonna move boards here anyway. So who?
Definitely not what I have
It's
on
been
right
a
now.
hot minute, and the last time that you guys were doing any sort of wayfinding, you had a combination of Ava and Druge with you. Druge will be tagging along. He spent a little bit too long partying last night with the guys that he hired, and he's sleeping it off in his little race car bed. But he'll follow your tracks out there.
Okay.
So
Well-
who among you is going to lead the way?
I shall
I
say onward
can-
to a new frontier.
What's
I
the
can
sk-
try
what's
if
the
we
skill
want,
for
but-
it?
Survival.
I have a 3.
Yeah, you can try then. Go for it.
I've got this.
No, we're about to. I think we're good, bud. Alrighty, YOLO. Oh,
Nice.
like, I know the perfect spot. I was there before. That's a 23.
Okay. So, you guys were never quite that close to the mountains when you were out and about in that direction, but you're like, yeah, I remember seeing, kind of like an area, because you guys did a couple times stop and climb trees and whatnot as well too, or try to at least, as well. So you're like, yeah, I remember, we went out like, whatever, like, 15 miles that way, and then kind of like, found this little, like, found this creek, and then like I think if we followed that like towards the foothills, it looked like there were a couple of really rocky areas where there might be something, that would look a lot like what we were talking about. And you're feeling pretty confident about it. You have good landmarks to work with. Obviously, there's, for one, that the town is pretty much like the gates are pretty much face due north, and where the mountains are, and and kind of like what direction they are from town. And also it helps that you're trying to find something at the foot of the mountains, right? So it's not like you're trying to use them as a reference. So you're able to kind of like big brain that, and you're like, all right, I have a really good idea. And off you go. As you know, it is going to take you a little bit of time to get out there, as the kind of location area that you guys are looking for is about a day's travel out from town.
Mm-hmm.
Heck is my forest map? God, I wish it would alphabetize these or something.
I have popcorn in the back of my teeth. And I can't quite get it out.
Dang it. We haven't seen this one in a while.
You have
I
to call
hate
me.
this one.
Don't forget
It's
to.
the worst.
I love it.
You can't see anything. There's so many trees.
Well, remember, not only can you adjust the height, but there's also the N key to activate the cut box. That makes it work.
What's the? I don't know why I'm having a brain fart moment. What's the exchange rate for gold piece to silver piece? Is it 100
10.
to 10? Okay.
Oops, that's by here. Already got it by here. Found it. Oh dear, you ended up on the tree. Bato, and I'll pull Drew over here. Okay. Any particular marching or order or formation or anything that you want to try and maintain?
Sorry, there is a bug on my mic. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Like an actual bug.
I think so.
Well, I'm guessing Bahir would be in front if he's leading the way.
Fair.
Probably Druge at the end because he's a little dragging after last night's festivities.
Right.
Alandite likes to lead, so I would assume he would be up front relatively with Bahir.
Sounds about right.
And then me and Skabosh would be behind them a little bit.
Sounds about right.
I've bunched you up for now. Okay. And then he can roll his when he gets back, but can you guys roll a spot and a listen and then type those in chat so I can reference them?
Spot and listen in order.
I did great.
You always do.
It's true.
Welcome back.
What are we rolling? Sorry.
Spot and listen.
Spot and listen. I am good at those. Oh, I'm good at those. Oh, I should roll them one at a time though. Oops.
Well, just do first one spot, second one's listen.
Okay.
Since that's usually the order that I call for them, even though I know that's the reverse alphabetical order.
Why couldn't you have these rolls when you were haggling?
So
You could have got both of us.
spot is 12.
Can you type them in chat for me so I can reference it, please?
Oh, yes.
I was about to say, how did I get the best spot?
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for rolling slightly better than me, at least.
You're welcome.
And then I got murdered by all those D8s.
That's so just some RNG on my end of things.
Sure. Just insta-killed.
Plop.
A beholder's walking by and blasts us with petrify, and we're all... Or even worse, a Bodak just walks by and we just all fall dead. As we lose our save or die.
As we used to call that, that was the thumb of God. Somebody just, you're dead.
Oh dear. Is up. I raise
Going on
you
a trip.
up.
And our favorite rocket ship flying through the skies.
There we go. I just wanted to get you somewhere where you can be a little bit more spaced out like that.
For no reason, right?
Yeah, not at all.
All the swamps nearby over here. Uh-oh. They only rolled one per spot and listen. That means there's only one of them.
One of what? It's just trees and birds. The occasional frog.
Trees and birds.
I'm sure I'll hear it coming.
Actually, that's a good.
I mean, I definitely heard something coming because I rolled a 20. I have a 25 total for that.
Are you getting like game board sound? Like, do you hear like forest
I
sounds?
Yeah, I am.
I have mine turned off.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure.
I have mine on.
Oh, okay. It's because my master volume's at 0. I was like, why do I not hear it?
Yeah, my master volume is at 0.
Well, I'm gonna unmute Pixie's capture card then. That goes.
Not gonna hear my disc.
Oh, I'm not sure. Can anybody that's watching holler at me really quick? Do you guys hear Discord echo? Can somebody say something?
Discord people talk.
Hello. I'm a Discord person.
I'm not.
It does not appear to be.
La, la, la.
It shouldn't be. That should be. What?
It sounds like it's okay.
Oh.
Wop.
So you guys are walking along. You left kind of mid-morning to late morning-ish. So you spent the first, handful of miles walking through the relatively flat, but a little bit of rolling hills, not particularly treed, kind of flatter, sparser ground. And then eventually the trees start kind of filling in. The canopy at points is very, very thick, and at points is fairly open. You hear, birds and crickets and just bugs and whatnot. You occasionally have to dodge, like you see a snake or perhaps step a little bit too close to one and have to dodge it or whatever. But for the most part, things are going fairly uneventfully. You stop for your midday meal, have some food. Kind of, I would assume some kind of chatter about your project here and the location that you're hoping to find. Get up after a short break, kind of continue traveling, get another few miles behind you, and then as you're walking along and talking, Kabosh, you hear like a loud enough rustle that it catches your attention. It's definitely not loud, but just enough more noise to be like perceptible beyond kind of like the
Can I tell the direction?
the base level forest. Yes, it is above you and to the left.
I take my dagger and I hit Olondite's leg plate. I just point up.
Okay. The two of you look up, make a new spot check.
This could be great.
That's a
Did
9.
I hear it?
No.
11.
With the natural 20?
Nope.
No.
Because it's an opposed roll, so natural 20 doesn't necessarily automatically succeed.
I rolled a 9.
Okay.
I do whisper. There's something.
So as the two of you are like looking up there, you don't see anything, but like bursting out of the canopy of the tree is a large like quadrupedal feline that like comes like jumping out of the tree at Bahir, like claws,
Oh, hi, kitty.
claws and fangs extended.
I'm glad I have uncanny dodge. That's nice.
Hey, kitty.
It is very big. It's like 3 to 4 feet tall at the shoulder as it hits the ground. It's like 8, 9, maybe even 10 feet long. Its fur is like a dark kind of royal orange with black stripes and a white underbelly. And this thing just comes down like claws and fangs, like just a ball of terror out of this tree at Bahir.
Holy crap, look at the size of those murder mittens.
Give it to me, kitty. I can take it.
Rubato, I would suggest getting some distance. I think that could eat you. Snack.
Are we in initiative?
So, well, we're just about to roll it. So you guys managed to not be surprised because Skabosh tied its move silently. So you guys were off by 1 of this thing just barreling down on you. Complete surprise. So, yeah, go ahead and roll me initiative. Oh,
The cat's right where I want it.
Well, it's currently like flying out of the tree at you, but yeah, we can say that it's, within reach.
14. I got 17 initiative.
Yeah, if you can type them for me. Oh no, it's done the thing again where it like not linking you guys to your minis when we move across boards.
Yeah.
Really annoying. We've never had that issue before. I mean, maybe once or twice, or it'll happen to like one person and they log out and fix it, but it's been like distant. That might be the highest initiative Rubato's ever rolled.
Yep. I counted that I wasn't first.
I defaulted to it.
I've got one dagger out. I'm gonna draw my other one while I move behind it. In a way that's
you could move through the space that it's currently in, because like it's literally like flying down at
got it.
like
Dashing underneath it as it's coming down.
Yeah, which is pretty epic, right? Yeah, you see this giant of course you guys know it's a tiger. I don't know if your characters necessarily would know that, but you see this huge tiger like jump out of the tree, and you can tell where it's going to land, and like your roguish instincts just like take over, and you're like, I can make it. You like run underneath where it's about to land.
I'm assuming it hasn't landed yet.
No.
All right, that's my turn.
I mean, you can prepare an action to attack when it lands, right?
All right, yeah, I'm gonna stab it with my
Be a
daggers.
single attack, but
Fine, I stab it with my one dagger when it lands.
yeah, that's awesome. So you're the one that you reacted fastest because you were the one that saw it. Like you were the most prepared. Like, wait, something's about to happen. Like your spidey senses just tingle. And then as soon as this thing bursts out of the canopy, like hit the ground, you hit the ground running. And then Rubato, feeling uncannily quick today.
I was watching Skabosh there, and she dashed, and that kind of caught my attention. And so, kind of in my surprise, I'll and shoot a color spray straight at it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this is my favorite thing. I know what this is.
What's the range and radius and whatnot of that?
Color spray, 15-foot cone-shaped burst, so I can angle that.
You'd have to move a little bit first.
Or I can use sudden extend.
Sure.
To extend it out further.
Alondite needs added to the map again.
Which I have to pull the rules back up on.
Does that hit me?
Maybe. That's part of the reason why I was asking.
What kind of save is that?
Well, that's why I'm trying to angle it while it's still in the sky there. So that I don't hit.
Either of us.
Yeah.
Alondite's having traumatic flashbacks.
Alondite's just on the ground by a tree, rocking back and forth.
I'm having flashbacks to Entangle.
That tiger looks suspiciously like a orange baboo.
Yeah, there's no big cat mini. I mean, that is a cat that I made big, but there aren't many pumas or tigers or jaguars or anything like that minis in Talespire. I was a little bit surprised.
Ooh.
Okay. So I'll extend is the duration, not the
Correct.
distance. I forgot about that. But I will still use it because I can use it once per day. And I'll scooch up a little bit and hit him with the color spray. So it's will save. And I'll angle it up higher to not
square it up. See? Get it with the diagonal.
Not hit those two.
Okay. So then what's our murder kitty doing?
Will save.
Does a cat have a will save?
Oh, absolutely. Everything does.
Sure, it has some sort of save. Hopefully not a good one.
What's my DC?
Gotta remember that. Where'd my thing go? It is 13.
Okay. I mean, you'll see the effects, if any, when on its action.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
And then I can't move again after I cast a spell, correct?
Yeah, that takes a feat to do.
And that is my turn.
All right.
Can I hit it yet? Is it low enough now?
Yeah.
Or is it still... Okay. Did it take effect? Because if it's unconscious and
you don't know yet. It hasn't been its turn yet.
Yep.
Well, I was asking as far as rolling. If it's unconscious, then I get.
It hasn't happened yet. It happens on its turn.
The color spray stuff happens its turn.
Either way, it's still flying through the air at you.
Yeah. Yeah, because also you have to remember how D&D works, right? Is everything actually that we're doing is happening at more or less the same time.
Okay. I'll take a 5-foot step so I'm like not where it's going to land
Yeah, you just gotta,
immediately.
like, jump back.
Yeah, and then I will smack it.
Smack. Ooh.
Nice.
Actually, does that crit? Because I'm using
That should be threatening critical for a bladed weapon.
Yeah, it does. All right, roll again here.
Okay.
Does 22? I assume.
Yes, you confirm the critical.
Oh, let's go. All right, so that's 2d6 plus 4.
Oh.
That's 12.
Okay.
That's still 12.
Not the snake eyes.
I know. The crit, Sag.
So yeah, you manage to you look up, you see it's coming down, but you see that just in that moment of clarity, it's like wait, but also like it's vitals, right? Like it's rib cage, and you like bring your great sword up to try and kind of like slash at its underbelly as it's coming down, but unfortunately, as you also were in the process of jumping back, that like pulled your hit, which is it's still a good hit, but like from what would have been probably like splitting its sternum, you just like dang it, didn't like quite get it where I wanted to.
All right.
So yeah, I mean there's still like a huge laceration kind of on its like chest for sure, but just barely kind of missed, getting it through the heart or something.
That's it. Kitty's turn.
The moment of truth.
I rolled an 8, so it'd have to be pretty willful, I feel like, to beat a 13.
Yeah, and I got to double check that real quick too. So it's actually 14 would be the save because I get a +1 for my illusion spells.
It's an illusion?
Color spray?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. All right, so it flying down out of the tree, Skavash runs under it, Bahir jumps back and slashes it, Rubato blasts it, and it just like it hits the ground. And it still manages to catch itself and and like more or less cushion its blow, but it did it kind of had to like pull the punch, right? It was pouncing at you, claws and everything out, and instead it kind of like hits the ground and kind of like blinks and like shakes its head, and like you hear it just this like guttural like growl. I don't know if I can do it right now.
Okay. So it is affected by it?
Well, there is an effect, yes.
How many hit dice?
Well, you'll find out, won't you?
Or are you rolling for it?
Yeah.
I guess it technically didn't attack then, did it?
I have the round or the spell description up.
Okay. Because I know I've rolled for it before, so
yeah. Yeah, that's when the outcome is like a little bit more clear. So I'll deal with that at least for now.
Sure.
The Londite's turn then, because mine was specifically if it attacked.
Oh, okay.
Technically didn't attack it.
I think I'm okay with giving you that one. That's probably more of a player mistake than a player character mistake. So I think you can perform it back. Like clearly you were. I mean, it's up to you, but like Bahir's already hit it. So even if it wasn't going to be aggressive, it's probably going to be aggressive now. And pretty clearly your prepared action was to hit it when it became available to hit. So like I'm fine with saying.
You're gonna have to bump me before a long hit.
Here, hold on. Push this.
All right, 2 daggers.
We're not
Ooh.
skipping you, Alandite.
My attack bonus is 2 now.
Ooh.
Yes, it is flanked.
Well, plus my attack is now +2.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Ooh, a 5 and an 18. So
Well, they're not single attack.
oh, I don't get to hit with both. Oh, right, you said that. Let me re-roll totally then. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I'm technically sneaking, right? I'm
You're
behind it.
flanking.
You're flanking, yeah.
My D4 plus 2d6 for.
Oh.
You plus 2, 22.
You definitely hit. Is 18 threatening for you, or is it 19?
19 is threatening for me.
Ah, close.
Oh, close.
For 10 damage.
Dang. All right. And then the way that delay in an action works is your initiative change, like your place in the initiative order changes to where your action is.
Yeah, which will be after the cat and before
correct.
Alondite.
Yep. Okay. 10 you said in total?
Yep.
Very nice.
Okay. I'm just going to do a simple ride by attack with my sword.
Okay.
It's a E8 plus 1. This is +3 for horseback. I don't have the +4 because.
Ooh. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
This is terrifying. Because
I don't know. I'm pretty
I'm-
far away.
in the pathway.
What weapon are you using?
Sword.
Okay. Yeah, I don't really see a way that a failed sword attack would result in hitting either of them because of the way that they're angled around the cat. So I don't think we have to worry about that.
That works.
Make a make a reflex save.
Seven.
You've seen cats before, maybe not big cats like this, but you know how cats tend to behave, and you recognize the pounce when you see it and whatnot. But you were kind of anticipating it doing one thing, but when it hits the ground and just kind of lands in this crouch stance and doesn't launch an attack like you expected, your swing, you do a lateral swing, and it just goes right over its head, and you way overpower it and kind of clang the crossguard of your sword on Amina's barding a little bit, and almost lose grip on your sword, but manage to kind of grab it extra tight and correct yourself.
No, just continue riding. What else I got? I got 40. Just enough distance to be. Yeah. That's it.
Okay, that's far too close for comfort. I'm going to back up 20 feet and pull out my crossbow.
Okay.
And that's that.
I mean, you can load it also, right? You have at least one base attack bonus now, so you can draw it while moving, and then you take your standard action to put it.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Oh,
Even better.
Is it unconscious or?
It does not appear to be unconscious.
So I can't like coup de grace.
No, it looks kind of like stunned or surprised.
It's just stunned, blinded, or or really probably really mad.
I will stab it.
Or will you? Maybe not.
You are flanking.
That'd be 17 then.
Okay, that does.
Because flanks plus 2, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's 10, 14 damage. And that'll be it.
Okay. It you hit it again, and it like shakes its head. You hear its big ears kind of like flap against the sides of its head, and then it like crouches down, like pins its ears back, and just like, roar, like roars at you, and like leaps at you, like fangs and claws back out.
Okay.
I think you got its attention.
Yeah.
Oh god, those were not very good. What's your total AC right now?
17. Do one of them hit me?
Yeah, hold on.
Okay, I'm gonna use Wall of Blades to try to beat it.
You'll have to remind me. But I thought that was.
I can.
Attacks.
No, it's any.
Oh, okay.
It replaces my AC.
Yeah, I was thinking it was against Rin.
Oh, yeah, just because I was practicing. Oh, where did that go?
Right.
Yeah, it was really funny.
Okay,
It was a 3,
it's me. It's me. Or 4, or probably more than 4.
I'm not done quite yet. Ooh.
Oh,
That's not good.
I'm guessing claw, bite.
Well, claw, bite. Yeah.
Claw, bite.
Ooh.
So as it pounces at you, you manage to like duck under one of the paws, but as you go to kind of like spring to the side to get out of the way of the other one, it just catches you like right in the ribs, just like, and then it doesn't quite, it's not like grabbing you per se, but it kind of like just because of the shape of it, right? Like its huge paw kind of like wraps around, from your side to kind of like around your back to your spine, and then it like pulls you in a little bit and just like cocks its head 45 degrees to the side and goes like bites right at your head. And in totality you take
10, it looks like.
No, it's more than that.
Or probably more than that. Yeah. 10 on the dice.
19 total damage.
Oh. Okay. It didn't hit me with a 10 while blind. Oh.
It's not blind though.
It was stunned.
My God.
Plus, we don't know how many hit die it has. Probably only lasted the one round.
All right, then to use this, it has improved grab. To use this ability, Tiger must hit with a claw or bite attack. It can then attempt to start a grapple as a free action.
Did that count the extend on the spell as well to double the time?
What the actual wording of it is. Oh, okay, hold on. I thought it was only variable effects. Oh, no. Okay. That's my bad. No, good catch. Thank you. I thought it was some of the meta magics only affect variable effects.
Oh.
But you're ironically, it's actually kind of good for you that it has too many hit dice because it makes it a set duration. Which is why I was thinking that it wouldn't be affected. But it's just double. It's not double variable effects, it's just double the duration. So, apologies. You can add your health back.
Oh, good.
You, an image of you being grabbed and gutted by this thing flashes through your mind.
Had a premonition.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have a little
Like
premonition.
from Agatha.
Just saw something really terrible happen in my head. Don't let that happen.
My life flashed in my brain.
My apologies. Yeah, I think it's maximized that I'm thinking of this like variable spell effects.
I don't know, but I thought that color spray was literally the spell we discussed would be a benefit to have this ability for.
Yeah, but I mean,
it
I
would
have a
double
lot to
all
keep
of
track
those.
of. Like, I don't remember that kind of thing off the top of my head.
Right.
Yeah, it's maximized. All variable numeric effects are maximized. That's what I was thinking of. All right. Yeah, you see like it this cat, it like shakes its head, like growls, like kind of like starts to let out a roar, but it stops again and kind of like digs, paws at the ground, like how Loki does when he's agitated. Like paws the ground once or twice, but doesn't attack. It's your turn.
Right. Few daggers.
Mm-hmm.
First attack.
Sneak attack.
Oof.
Yeah, maybe though. I mean, you have a lot of bonuses, and it has some
3
penalties.
plus 2 plus 2. No, it's like a... Seven. First one doesn't hit.
Yeah, it's not that disabled.
Second attack. Nope.
Oh,
Oh,
dang it.
Oh. No.
Same thing. Make a reflex save.
your rolls for those daggers are so rough.
Brutal.
That's an 8.
8. Okay. As you go to like slash at it, it kind of like flicks its tail and like hits your hand, and kind of same thing that just happened to Alendite. It like hits you right at, kind of like the hand equivalent of like hitting your funny bone on your elbow, and like before you can stop yourself, your hand just kind of like instinctively like relaxes a little bit, and your dagger starts to slip, and you kind of like lunge out and grab it and save it.
Just didn't drop it. Alright, Alondite. Your turn.
All right.
And a quick swap to my lance and come about and make another charging pass.
You're dropping your sword.
No, I have quick swap as a feat now.
Oh.
Nice. Alendite says no more dropping.
Ah, yeah. After last battle.
What is that from?
Actually, wait. Quick. That is from Quick Draw.
Well, quick draw is something different.
Alendite pulls out his 9mm.
It's the drawing action that takes the turn, right? So you can.
Well, sort of. Because you can draw as part of a move action. It's but sheathing is like always action. Like in and of itself. So what quick draw does is so normal without this feat you may draw a weapon as a move action, or if your base attack bonus is 1 or higher, as a free action as part of movement. Then the benefit of the feat is you can draw this weapon as a free action instead of a move action. So that so the drawing is sped up, but the sheathing is the thing that still takes the move.
So but that would be a Londite's moving. A Londite's not moving.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Okay, 1 roll for control. Plus 12.
Plus 12?
Yeah, for my ride check.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the attack. I was like, what in the flip? What did I miss?
30, does a 30 hit?
No, it's just my ride check.
Wow.
This one's for the lance attack. And the 12, 10, 11, 12.
12 is the total attack roll.
Yep.
You are in luck because it has 14 armor normally, but while stunned, it has a -2 penalty to AC.
Oh. Nice.
2 times damage with lance, 10 damage. 10, 11, 12 damage. D8 plus 1.
Wait, lance is only double? I thought lance was
without the... Oh, yeah, that's right. I got the... I need to memorize my own thing. Yeah, because I have spirited charge.
Well, that and I think just lance. Oh, maybe it's on. Oh, yeah, but it might only be while performing the charge act. Sorry, I might have misprompted you. Hold on, I'm looking. Lance deals double damage when used from the back of a charging mount. And then well mounted, you can use the lance. Okay, so then what does spirited charge do?
Raises it to triple damage.
Okay. So yeah, in the future you'll just want to be careful to specify that you are charging as well, because that is like a specific state. But I'm fine with that for now.
You're charging a cat that's bigger than your horse.
Right. So okay, so not 12 but 18 then is the
12, 18.
Right.
Because it's what, plus
6 and then you're tripling.
It is, yes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Speed.
Run it. Sorry. Describe the rundown for us. How are you finishing this off?
Run it through.
All right. After almost getting knocked over, I'm gonna bring Amina about, kind of give her confidence that you got this. You got this. Aim your target true. Yeah. I get maximum speed. I pierce it right under If you turn where I'm facing, it's kind of right under its left leg, left front leg. Kind of just keep thrusting with it, rip its side off. So
yeah, you pierce it and hit it so hard with the charge that the momentum carries it a couple feet.
Big kitty.
Oh man, you ruined the pal.
All right. Yeah, quick save with the color spray there. I'm sorry about the extend spell. That's my bad.
No,
that
that's
would have been a lot. I would have been a little pretty rough for wear.
Well, and potentially even worse. Big cats are terrifying because if it successfully starts a grapple, which of course they're quite good at, then it gets to make a free rake attack as well.
Ooh.
I already feel my arm in pain as, the cat gets hold of me.
Yes. I know what a small cat can do.
All right. So you are out of initiative order.
Roboto, do you need cat's eyeballs or for your weird stuff that you do or what?
Yes, I do.
How is you all for skinning?
Actually, for
This would
real,
actually
you
make
need
a
it?
very nice fur pelt.
I'm sure I could find a use for it.
Yeah, I don't think we have to get into
Some-
the nitty gritty of it, obviously, because that's going to be a little squeamy for some people. But yeah, you can make a survival check. Either one person or
There we
anybody.
go.
Wait, hold on, don't do it yet. Or if anybody wants to assist or whatever to try and kind of acquire the useful bits from it. To how well can you get the pelts? And whatever reagent things that Rubato might want, like claws or whatever.
Assist with knowledge arcana for what could be useful.
Well, I don't think that's going to help with the actual process of acquiring it.
Just letting them know what not to damage. I don't know. It was a thought.
You could use the claws as daggers.
But who does have some survival? If anybody.
Me.
Who wants to be the lead?
I was going to say Bahir or Druge.
Probably me. Yeah. Or if Trush is here, but he's occupied.
Yeah, go ahead and make a survival check to
Is anyone gonna help me?
Is this
I could try to
doing all
help.
the dirty work or just identifying?
Yeah, this is I'm trying to dance around getting too graphic here, right? I don't think we need to describe how you got it and whatever.
All right, I'll assist.
So yeah, you can, anybody that wants to attempt to help can. It's just the aid another action, and then if you succeed on that, then you give a +2 to the main checker's roll.
Well, then I will aid another and hope I can help.
Aid another and another.
Yeah,
You aid
so you're
another.
making everybody's making a survival check, and then it's just a DC. I think it's 10 to aid another.
We did not.
No, you didn't.
Stop helping!
I got a 15.
That's
Okay.
not bad.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll make myself a note to go back and I'll just kind of come up with a little system for quality on that sort of thing. 'Cause you might also potentially hunt deer or whatever.
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Good thinking.
Okay. Well, I suppose after changing your shorts and washing your hands and whatnot, I'm assuming that you all carry on about your business then.
Yep. We got a destination.
Cats are not to be underestimated.
I don't know. This one seemed pretty easy to handle. I mean, didn't even get a smack and die over here.
Honestly, Skabash's listen being literally exactly enough to hear it was what saved everybody a lot of pain there.
Yeah.
That was a great roll. Yeah.
All right.
Back to
Onward. Don't even need a nap after that.
You almost had a big nap.
The forever nap again.
Keep you on your toes.
Okay. Everybody go ahead and roll me a new spot check for while you're...
Oh
Walk
man,
along.
there's the
Well,
another
I always
one.
call for that during overland travel, just so I kind of know. Since we don't have passive perception, right?
Do you want listen to or?
Yeah, go ahead and do both. Sorry.
At 20.
Nice. That'll counteract the one I just rolled.
-2.
I have a spot of 19.
That's good.
Yeah.
Oh, are we doing listen checks as well?
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh.
I almost said spot at first.
Ooh.
That's only a 17.
16. But
Oh.
I have a -3.
Okay. And did you get that typed out from? Perfect. Thank you. All right. Spot
-2.
19.
That's awesome.
A 1
Oh my
-3.
god, and a 27. This Kabosh is on guard after that.
Well, yeah, it was a 19 spot and a 27 listen.
Beautiful.
Okay. Just for the sake of a little bit of visibility, I'm gonna plop you. Okay.
I think Drew fell asleep in the back there.
All right, again, Skabosh, you as you're, so it's been several hours. You've calmed down. Your pulse is back to normal. You guys are back to chatting, but you're definitely still in a very alert state, and possibly even along the way a few times, kind of seeing ghosts, so to speak, right? Of like, oh wait, was that another? Like, like, oh wait, was that a cat? Like, no. Like, hold on, that, like, that bush is big enough to hold a tiger. Like, you probably have like a couple of kind of like false starts and whatever, but you just can't quite shake that like that sense of alertness. And then about okay. As you guys kind of like climb up on this rock and just as like a small high point, you to get a little bit of vantage without having to climb a tree, since we know how that goes. Not too far in front of you, just kind of this area here, it catches your eye because we're mid-spring, right? So we're kind of like the Earth equivalent of like somewhere in the like mid-April to mid-May-ish range. And the like area of ground kind of like up in front of you is it just kind of catches your eye. Like, it looks off. It's like a big pile of like rotting vegetation, just like more like something you would expect to see in the fall than not necessarily the spring like this.
Just gonna.
Don't move.
Oh.
Blondite. That looks gonna look weird to you.
I don't know. Oh, I can't like sync it. It's not quite that big.
Looks like ground to me.
Something's wrong.
You're just paranoid.
I take out my crossbow and I shoot an arrow at it.
At the ground.
Yep.
Okay.
I fire into the darkness.
Make an attack roll.
Don't shoot me in the back, please.
That's a 7.
Oh, you were really trying, though.
It's not like it'd be the first time. Quit your whining.
That's a 7.
It would be from her, not from you.
But don't like squares have a small AC?
Well, I mean, yeah. So you like shoot the pile of leaves or whatever, but that that may or may not have necessarily done anything.
Good job, Sirlosh.
Should I poke it?
So none of the rest of you, right, even saw anything yet. She's just like, wait, hold on, stop, and then pulls out her crossbow and like shoots the dirt in front of you, like a pile of leaves.
You showed those ants, Galash.
I'm not even
I'll go get your arrow for you.
No, don't. Leave it.
Which then you hear like a creakling and rustling and almost kind of like a groaning of wood, like is this
What the hell?
like mound of dirt and leaves and like rotting vines, like climbs up and like stands up bipedally and like starts moving towards you.
I'll could I try to like wave at it? Or is it coming to like whack us?
I'm gonna say roll initiative.
Oh man. Is that mine? My stuff's being weird. Wasn't letting me roll. Oof. Well, I'm going last. That's a 6.
Something happened to my dice too.
There. 13 total.
Didn't say I rolled. Okay, let me try again. That's more like it.
You rolled better than me.
Yeah, but you have bonuses
Spinning in the
for your
sky.
initiative. Yeah, that was mine, I think, and it glitched out. Now I can't interact with it.
Oh, wait, no, it's mine. Oh, wait, no, it's not mine. It won't let me remove it.
It was really confusing me. I was
Okay,
not
we got
paying
all those in
attention.
chat. Yeah. Oh god. Yeah.
I'm definitely not as prepared as we were for the cat. The tiger's still here. It gets back up. It's a zombie tiger.
You know, that gives me an idea.
What size category is
Well,
this?
we're gonna bring our friend out to play.
That is its proper size. It stands about 6 feet tall. But it's like thicker around than it is tall. It's probably like 8 to 10 feet around. And it's just this like big like mass of vine, as far as you can see, at least a big mass of like vines and leaves and branches and stuff that just like from your perspective, you may or may not have even seen the crossbow bolt, right? So from your perspective, it essentially just like stood up and started shambling towards you all.
Yeah. But its classification is large, right?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah, you can always, if you look at the base size, especially when you're on your horse, for easy comparison, if its base is the size of horse, then it's large. If it's the size of like Bahir, Gosh, or whatever, then it's medium.
Does that mean Rubatos is smaller?
So it's one of the small annoyances with Talespire because of the way that it works. To size something down another step, it goes from 1 by 1 to 0.5 by 0.5. which like is technically half the size of large, but because of the way, like because we're working in 3-dimensional space, it's actually a quarter. That makes you about to like 8. Which I mean, like if you want to be that size, you can be, but it's here, sweetie, camera back just a little bit so they can see it.
Oh my god, you should leave her about to that tiny.
I mean, I'm small, but like that's like 6 inches.
That's more than that, but yeah, because if you like what, that's like knee height, a little higher than knee height on by here. That's like
halfling.
It's like 1.5 feet, maybe 2 feet at most. Like
I am 2.5 feet high.
Yeah,
okay?
so it's kind of tough because like this size is probably a bit too big, but the other's like a bit too small, and there's no in between. We need what Talespire would call like 0.75 would be perfect. I don't really know why they prescribe it. Like, it's just scaling the model, right? Like, so it would be kind of nice to just have an entry, you know, like to be able to type, like, oh, I want this to be whatever, 0.7 or 1.28 or whatever.
Mm-hmm. I love that everybody's trying to measure my height now.
But anyway, yes. So, Alendite, how are you responding to this gambling mass of vegetation?
All right. I assume that's going to startle Amina, so I'm going to start with controlling her in combat.
Probably, yes.
Yeah. Yay! All right. Calm down. We got this. And I'm going to switch to my sword and do I'm not going to do a right by attack. I'm actually going to stay sort of front and center with it and kind of just like do a piercing instead of a slashing. Let's see what kind of effect that has.
Okay. $13. Yeah, just a 13, and then 5 for the sword plus 1. Wait. The total attack was 13 or 14?
13.
Okay. It's too big to literally miss, right? Like you make physical contact with it, but like also you just like stab the shrub, essentially. So it's kind of hard to do that very effectively.
I know what to do. All right. That's my turn for now. I'm going to stay within its attack radius and try and get its attention.
You said sword, right? So you'd have to be a little bit. Okay.
Am I in its 5-foot radius yet?
You are not within 5 feet. Closer to 10 feet away from it.
Go behind it.
Yeah, you probably don't have that much movement, right? Because that would be like 50 feet. Not to mention at least 5 feet of that's probably difficult to reckon. But like you could do it if you double moved, but you're not doing that in attacking.
I pull out my crossbow. Well, actually, my crossbow's already out. I shot at it earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, true. Yeah, that's what you already have out.
So I'm just gonna back up a bit.
I mean, you could also reload and shoot from where you are.
Disengage.
I don't want to be near it.
Yeah.
It shambles further. So I'm just gonna knock my crossbow. I'll fire the next.
Okay. I'm sworn to carry our burdens here. I mean, it could attack Alendine.
That is the plan.
Attack
But,
him instead of me.
I don't think it would understand a challenge or war language. It is a rambling beast.
Maybe it would.
Don't even got ears, Valentine. I have the high ground, Shambler. Stay down there.
It's also the Shambler.
Yeah. I'm reading something. All right. Like sizing up the biggest challenge to it. It's burns around, kind of like rock back, and then like whips forward two big like girthy vines at you. Oh my lord, my rolls continue.
At me or
at Alendite.
Sorry. Oh, okay.
Right. I had posted a message in the wrong chat, and now I just reposted it.
I was reading one of my things.
And I have Alendite's total AC at 18, correct?
Alondite's AC is... Where did I... Man, I gotta learn this sheet. 19. 5 armor, 2 shield, 2 dex.
And you're able to use both decks. Like, that's within the max dex of the armor you're wearing.
Yeah, max dex for the breastplate is 3.
Oh, right. Because I didn't update it when you guys traded armor. Yeah. I was like, wait, how? So that means your touch is still 12, but your flat-footed 17. Yeah, right?
Yes.
Not that you're flat-footed here, but just updating my sheet.
I have to update the 16 to 17 too for flat-footed.
Me and Alan I match now.
Okay.
Because I was 18.
All right. Yeah, you managed to kind of like rock back in your saddle a little bit to dodge one that kind of like swiped at your chest, and then the other one kind of goes for your head. And you like hold your shield arm up over your head, and like clang, it bounces off your shield.
And then I could also, if it was really close, I could use shield block as my ability. That's also okay.
Alright. I'm gonna use my maneuver, one of my new ones, Emerald Razor. So I make a touch attack instead of a normal attack.
Oh, okay. Very cool.
I'm gonna roll, so you see, oh, gosh dang it. Oh, it's a 9.
It is large. They don't tend to have a lot of touch. 9 final number.
Yeah.
Okay. It actually does hit.
Oh, let's go. You see me here, like, look at it real close for a second, like, start to go, but then you, like, hesitated, but, like, you already had, like, the momentum going, so, like, hits it anyway. Roll. 5. Ooh, that's pretty good damage. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Okay. Good start.
I'll pass.
But yeah, after seeing Alendite try and stab it, you're like, okay, hold on a second here. It's slashing time. All right, Rubato.
It's like cutting down a tree.
Exactly.
Well, I rolled so low on my spot check earlier, I figured I was facing the wrong direction, yelling at Druge, come on, buddy, you can make it. I know you're tired.
I know it's a knee-high rock, but you can do it.
Exactly. Look, I got up here. And then I hear all the commotion. I'm like, oh, okay. What is that? Why are we fighting a stump? Who made the forest mad?
I think Scavage did when she hit it with an arrow.
That or we were walking right into a trap and we would have died. see it however you want.
Yeah. I'm going to go over here.
The boulder you're standing in front of gets up and turns around.
That'd be about my luck. And I'm going to peek around the edge of this rock and shoot at it with the crossbow. I don't think this is going to do anything. Ew.
Oof.
No. That's a 6. So.
Yeah, the bolt just, kind of like ineffectually gets stuck in some of the vines on the outside of it. Actually, no, wait, hold on, 6? It's touch DC is 9. So no, you actually literally don't make contact with it.
Yeah, I'm trying not to hit the guys and shoot right over the top of it. Yeah, see, that didn't do anything to it.
You have to hit it first.
All right. Yeah, we're going to go in for another, after coming down with the piercing attack, I'm going to bring it back upwards as a slashing. Thing, like, all right, I see what you did there, Bahir.
You just got hit it in the same spot that I hit it. It's weaker there. Oh, crap, I already forgot where I hit it.
Well, and it's kind of like it's not a liquid, right? It's kind of like flowing, if you will. So like you like hacked a big chunk out of it, but also just kind of like another vine kind of like droops down and kind of like covers up part of the spot where you hit it. And...
I'll have to take a round to reassess with another smack, of course, but.
13.
I think that's the exact same roll.
Dang it.
Yeah, sorry, sir.
I'm going to do a 5 with her, so that possibly I can give Bashir a flanking benefit.
You won't be able to make it far enough with a 5-foot to give flanking, but you can work your way in that direction for sure. You'll still need to make a ride check to control Amina in battle, though.
Great.
Okay. Yeah, no problem.
Sorry, the attack was not effective.
Correct.
All
right. Correct.
Yeah. Before I ended that turn, I just like do anything to grab its attention, keep its eyes on me.
Yeah, just try and kind of yell, bang your sword on your shield, whatever you can do.
Yeah, my attack, just kind of clanked on it.
All right, Skavash.
Would I have noticed that the piercing attacks work?
Well, infer from that for what you will, but no, so far they like one piercing attack, one crossbow attack, and one sword slashing attack have all failed. Damage it.
I'm gonna drop my crossbow and pull out my dagger. Just start making my way around.
Make him away.
Boy, the other way is probably faster. Yeah, in fact, you could probably get to flanking if you jumped down off the rock.
I do that.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it would be here. Yeah, make a jump check. You get DC 8.
Hey, look at that.
Oh,
I'm good
yeah,
at jumping.
no problem. Yeah, you pick the perfect spot, hop down onto, because some of the ground here is a bit wet and like slippery and whatnot. But you pick out the perfect spot, hop right down, run around this tree, and get behind it.
Graceful like a giant cat.
Okay.
I'm gonna poke it.
Yeah, I mean, you can hit it once. Like, that was just a normal movement.
I guess you slash it with a dagger, right? Which is kind of weird. I feel like you stab.
Choose your own adventure. I think they're piercing or slashing.
Oh. That's kind of cool.
Unless it's a stiletto.
Ready? Can I attack?
Oh, can I attack?
Yeah, that's why you said that like a minute ago.
Oh. I think I can only do one though,
You're
right?
correct, because you moved.
Ugh. 8.
Right.
This thing is impervious to our weapons.
I mean, I had a pretty good. I don't know. I did only have to beat 9 that first time, though, so.
Oh.
That's
Is it hitting?
that's spicy. It's trying to hit Alendite again.
Oh, good. Cool. I was just about to kill Alendite straight up.
Yeah. As long as Amina lives. I think even Alendite would say that. Just don't hurt the horse.
Yeah, I'll take the horse after Alendite dies. But I can't fight on the horse, so I'd have to like get off and then go fight.
Ooh.
That's a lot of damage. Thank God it wasn't doubled. Holy.
Yeah, that would have been like full on danger zone. I mean, it's still bad, but it's not quite critically bad. Oh, actually, I forgot Alendite was still hurt though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, that's unfortunate for you. You take 24 points of damage as it just like bam, bam, like slams you with both like both of the vines that it tried to like whip you with last time.
We don't have any more
I got
potions.
23.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, guys, I'm unconscious.
Worst case scenario, Druge is like a little ways behind us, you know?
Yeah, but we can't really do anything about that.
Rouge, wake up!
It'll give us a good cliffhanger here.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
So, all right, it's thank you. It's like latches on to Alendite with both of these vines and just like squeezes. And the rest of you see like Alendite just kind of like like throws his head back and like yells in agony, and then just like collapses in the vines. And so just like straight up lifts him out of the saddle and off of Amina's back. And like Amina will probably bolt. And then
don't go too far.
and then it like kind of like shambles after Amina a little bit. And then kind of like unfurls its the like vine that's holding Alendite and he just kind of like flops out onto the ground. And then it like turns towards Skavash and Bahir and kind of starts to wave the big like vine arms around. And I think that's where we'll leave off.
Oh no. Oh no. Alendite.
I always struggle with that kind of thing because I know some people that like watch D&D content, or even some people that play D&D like hate a shopping episode. Like it's like their least favorite thing in all of D&D. But on the flip side, like it gives chance to like flesh out the world more and like, like create fun, like, player to player or player to NPC role playing. And, not that we're necessarily like, I don't want this to sound like I'm trying to compare ourselves in a like inappropriate way, but like, to compare to something like Critical Role, like Gilmore is like one of people's favorite characters in all of Exandria, and he's a shopkeeper. So, like he wouldn't exist, like kind of in the lore and as one of people's favorite characters in Exandria if it weren't for shopping episodes. But at the same time, like I said, I know that some people hate them. So it's like, I kind of waffle back and forth on this sort of thing, but ultimately, this is our 30th episode, by the way, which is kind of crazy. Because it was 11 in the prologue, and this is 19 in the season. So, and I think we've had 3 episodes that had like a significant degree of shopping, which is admittedly dancing around things a little bit because a lot of people would probably call the hiring episode last time a shopping episode too. But, whatever. We've had, like, depending on how you want to define it, 3 or 4 episodes out of 30 that have had a significant chunk of this sort of thing. Yes, it did happen to be that 2 of them are back to back, but I think it made sense. Like, it would have been weird to, like, hire people but then not buy things. Or vice versa, to, like, buy things but not have any staff for your fort.